The man known to history as Winston Churchill was born as Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill on the 30th of November 1874 at Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, one of England's finest stately homes. His father was Lord Randolph Churchill, who came from one of England's most illustrious noble families. He was descended from John Churchill, the first Duke of Marlborough, a distinguished soldier and statesman whose military career spanned the reigns of 5 monarchs in the 17th and early 18th centuries. His role in defeating the Monmouth Rebellion in 1685 helped secure the throne for James II, and for which he was awarded the title of Earl of Marlborough. He also displayed considerable diplomatic and political ability. Winston's father, Randolph, was himself a significant political voice in Britain in the late 19th century, but his rise within the Conservative Party was stymied by his opposition to Lord Salisbury, who dominated the Conservatives in the 1880s and 1890s. Winston's mother, Jenny, was American, the daughter of a New York financier and businessman, Leonard Jerome. Her marriage to Randolph in April 1874, just over half a year before Winston was born, followed a short courtship and was one of several high-profile marriages between members of the British aristocracy and the daughters of newly wealthy American businessmen during the so-called Gilded Age of immense economic change in America. Often, the British noble family in question gained a cash injection into their declining financial fortunes, and the American family acquired the social prestige of being tied into the old nobility of England. In any event, the marriage was never happy, and Jenny engaged in a string of affairs over the next 20 years. For his part, Winston's father reputedly suffered from syphilis and would eventually die aged 45 in 1895. Yet the problems of their marriage did not prevent Randolph and Jenny from having a second child, Winston's younger brother John, who was born in 1880. Winston's childhood was somewhat typical of the British upper class in the late Victorian period. He and John were effectively raised by a nanny by the name of Elizabeth Everest at various locations at Blenheim, in London, and for a time in Ireland, at the time part of the United Kingdom, where the Churchills relocated in the late 1870s as Winston's grandfather was appointed as Viceroy. In the early 1880s, he was sent to attend the eminent St George's School at Ascot in Berkshire, but in sharp contrast to his later literary career, he did not show a keen academic mind in his youth, and his behaviour was regularly reprimanded. Despite this, in 1888 he narrowly passed the entrance exam and entered Harrow School in London, an ancient educational establishment dating back over 4 centuries. It was, though, his father's wish that he would spend some time abroad in the military at a time when Britain's empire was at its greatest height and was spreading rapidly over parts of Africa. Consequently, he took the entrance exam on several occasions for the Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst, the foremost military school in Britain. He eventually was admitted in 1893 and spent just over a year there acquiring his stripes. By that time, his father had died, and Winston effectively became the head of the family at just 18 years of age. He did not have time to settle into this new position, as, having graduated from Sandhurst in the first weeks of 1895, Winston was immediately commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. With the Hussars, he was soon being dispatched across the Atlantic Ocean. A war of independence, one of many which had been launched on the island in the 19th century, was being fought in Cuba by the colonial community against Spanish rule. Spain was desperate to maintain control of one of the last few remaining pockets of what had once been its vast colonial empire in the Americas. They would eventually lose the war, with America providing aid to the Cubans and replacing the Spanish as the imperial overlords. Churchill was there to observe the fighting for the British government in late 1895 and began his publishing career rather modestly by sending back dispatches about the war effort for publication in the Daily Graphic, a weekly graphic newspaper published in Britain in the late 19th century. A brief visit to his mother's homeland with a sojourn in New York City followed. In the autumn of 1896, the Queen's Own Hussars were reassigned to Bombay, one of Britain's oldest colonial possessions in India and at the time one of the administrative and military centres of the British Raj. He would spend the next year and a half here. The India episode is noteworthy for his having accompanied the Malakand field force, which was commanded by Sir Bindon Blood and which, in 1897, headed north to the region around Peshawar. There, they began a campaign to suppress the revolt of the Murmans, a Pashtun tribe who for 2 years in the late 1890s offered extensive resistance to British rule in what was then considered the northwest of India, but which is today part of Pakistan. Other than this, Churchill made several visits to Calcutta and was engaged in a tour of much of the rest of the subcontinent. Many of Churchill's views on the value of British imperialism and the inferiority of the subject peoples of the empire to the British in terms of the development of their societies and cultures were fashioned from his experiences here, and they would have a lifelong bearing on his views and, consequently, his policies. Back in England in 1898, some of Churchill's political opinions began to come to maturity as he flirted with political life for the first time, favouring the Liberal Party, but for the fact that he was deeply opposed to their willingness to grant Home Rule or self-governance to Ireland. He did not remain at home for long, though, and within weeks was preparing to head to Africa, where Britain had been engaged in an ambitious effort to acquire control of a continuous block of land running from Egypt in the north down to South Africa. By the mid-1890s, this had brought the British into conflict with the Mahdist Islamic forces, which controlled much of the Sudan region. Churchill succeeded in obtaining a position in the expeditionary force which was dispatched to the region in 1898 under the command of General Horatio Herbert Kitchener. As he arrived there in the early autumn, he was also writing reports on the expedition for the Morning Post back in Britain. These detailed the events at the Battle of Omdurman, which Churchill witnessed firsthand. This engagement, fought on the 2nd of September 1898 near Khartoum in Sudan, saw a combined British and Egyptian force of approximately 25,000 men heavily defeat a Sudanese army over twice its size. Here was a classic example of how European armies equipped with the latest machine guns and other weaponry were able to overcome enemy forces which were numerically superior but technologically and tactically inferior. Curiously enough, despite his later reputation as Britain's war leader, Churchill had mixed feelings about what he saw at Omdurman. Writing to his cousin the Duke of Marlborough just a few weeks later, he stated that the battle was a wonderful spectacle, but that he was generally appalled by the barbarity with which the campaign had been carried out, notably the murder of wounded enemy combatants and a callous disregard for the welfare of the Egyptians and Sudanese who made up the bulk of the British Expeditionary Force. His judgment of Kitchener as a tactician was also damning. Churchill's literary life was also expanding during these years. While he was in India, his reading habits had changed and he had voraciously absorbed everything from Plato to Charles Darwin's Origins of the Species. A particularly notable influence on his later work, which he read at this time, was Edward Gibbon's The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, an enormous work considered the greatest piece of historical writing of the British Enlightenment. He had also begun writing more himself, and in 1898 had produced his first book, entitled The Story of the Malakand Field Force, based on his experiences campaigning against the Mohmands in the northwest of the British Raj. A fictional work called Savrola, which he composed around the same time, proved to be his first and last effort at writing a romance novel. In Africa, his writing habits coalesced into more political topics, not just in terms of his reportage for the Morning Post, but in the composition of an account of the wider campaign, one which was eventually published in 1899 as The River War, an historical account of the reconquest of the Sudan, a work which examined not just the events Churchill had witnessed himself, but also the background to the campaign in the mid-1890s. Following his return to Britain from the Sudan expedition, Churchill made it clear that he intended to enter politics and take up the mantle which his father had held as being something of a non-conforming member of the Conservative Party. He stood in a by-election in the constituency of Oldham in Lancashire in 1899, but narrowly missed out to a candidate from the Liberal Party, the Conservatives' main rival for power in the late 19th century. His failure to take the Oldham seat left Churchill at enough of a loose end that he determined to head for British South Africa, where conflict with the Boer states known as the Orange Free State and the South African Republic or Transvaal, which had been formed to the northeast of the British colony, seemed imminent. Tensions had been rising here for years between the Boers, descendants of Dutch, German and French Huguenot settlers, who had migrated to South Africa in the 17th and 18th centuries to establish their own colonies independent of Britain, only for huge gold and diamond mines to be discovered in the vicinity, prompting the British to seek to annex the newly created Boer states. War finally erupted in the autumn of 1899, in a conflict known as the Second Boer War. Churchill arrived to South Africa as a reporter for the Morning Post just as the war was breaking out. He was rather infamously taken prisoner by the Boers in the first weeks of the conflict when a train he was travelling in derailed. However, he soon escaped from the prisoner of war camp he was being detained in and made his way over the northern border to Portuguese East Africa. Thereafter, he quickly made his way back south and rejoined the British Army in time to participate in the Siege of Ladysmith, a major conflict which led in the spring of 1900 to the capture of Pretoria, the capital of the Boer South African Republic. Thereafter, a guerrilla war developed, one which would drag on for another 2 years, and in the course of which the British resorted to scorched earth policies and the use of concentration camps to detain thousands of Boers. Churchill, though, would never see this part of the conflict. After being one of the first to enter Pretoria in the summer of 1900, he had drawn up his account of the war in a new book, which he entitled Ian Hamilton's March, after one of Britain's leading military commanders in the war. Churchill then departed for home and another shot at a parliamentary seat. The period of the Second Boer War also saw the emergence of Churchill's penchant for alcohol. At one point, he headed off to the front lines of the combat in South Africa with 36 bottles of wine, 18 bottles of Scotch whisky, and half a dozen bottles of vintage brandy loaded up as part of his extensive luggage. This was not some random act of over-planning. Churchill was a heavy drinker throughout his entire adult life. Years later in London, he developed a routine whereby he would begin the day with 1 or 2 whiskey and sodas in the morning. Lunch would usually be accompanied by a pint of either wine or champagne, sometimes with a brandy afterwards. The process was repeated at dinner, followed by 1 or 2 brandies and soda in the evening. By modern standards, Churchill was an alcoholic, though undoubtedly a high-functioning one. But there is little evidence to indicate that this prodigious drinking ever impacted on Churchill's ability to carry out his work or clouded his judgment. Moreover, it was highly structured, with a gradual intake of alcohol at intervals throughout the day. Indeed, what is striking, as will become clear, is that Churchill was able to maintain the level of activity and accomplishment which he did over his entire adult life while drinking at this elevated level. Back in Britain, the Conservative Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, had decided to call a snap general election for October 1900, hoping to benefit from positive public sentiment about his government's handling of the Second Boer War. Churchill once again stood for the Oldham seat which he had narrowly missed out on in the by-election the previous year. This time he won, and he entered Westminster for the first time as a 25-year-old. Incidentally, the 1900 election was also significant as marking the first time that the Labour Representation Committee ran candidates in a British national election. They would do so again with much greater success in years to come as the Labour Party, and would soon become the principal political opponents of Churchill domestically in Britain. All that was to come. In 1900, the Liberals remained the Conservatives' primary opponents, though they failed to retake Parliament in the election, and Salisbury formed a new Conservative administration. Churchill made an impression with his maiden speech in February 1901, in which he expressed some sympathy for the Boer cause in South Africa and claimed that if he were a Boer himself, he should hope that he would be fighting in the field against the British. It was the first of many controversial and nuanced stances he would adopt in the course of over 50 years as a member of the British Parliament. From the beginning of his parliamentary career, Churchill was noted as being on what were deemed to be excessively friendly grounds with many senior members of the Liberal Party, notably the former Home Secretary Herbert Asquith. Friendly acquaintances were one thing, but Churchill was also ideologically aligned with the Liberals on several issues. A key political division between the Conservatives and the Liberals around the turn of the century was that the Conservatives favoured economic protectionism, while the Liberals were free traders who believed that Britain could benefit if it opened up its vast markets to German, French, American and Russian trade. Churchill tended to favour the liberal view. He also held views opposed by the leadership of the Conservative Party under Salisbury on issues like military spending, the political resolution of South Africa following the Boer War, and the Irish question, a perennial bugbear of UK politics which had divided parliamentarians at Westminster for decades. Aware that his views could preclude him from any promotion within the current Conservative Party, Churchill toyed for a time with establishing his own party, which would combine elements of Liberal and Conservative policies. But eventually, in 1904, having been informed that he would not be selected to run for his seat in Oldham again at the next election by the Conservative Party, he crossed the aisle and joined the Liberals. He would spend the next 18 years as a Liberal MP. Churchill was profoundly influenced by events which followed in his personal life in the mid-1900s. At this time, he met and began courting Clementine Hosier, a daughter of Sir Henry Hosier, a member of the British gentry, and a relative of the Earl of Airlie on her mother's side. They married at the Church of St. Margaret in Westminster Abbey in 1908. Clementine provided a rock of stability for Winston for the remainder of their long lives together. Theirs was not a marriage of convenience or one which had been put together for political reasons, but one based on genuine respect and affection. They quickly moved into a house in Eccleston Square in Pimlico in London, where their first child, a daughter named Diana, was born in 1909. 4 more children followed. Randolph, named after his grandfather, was born in 1911, followed by Sarah in 1914. A third daughter, Marigold, was born in 1918, though sadly she died of sepsis of the throat in 1921 before reaching her 3rd birthday, an occurrence which caused Churchill considerable distress for the remainder of his life. A year later, their final child, Mary, was born. The following year, the Churchills relocated to Kent, where they moved into a grand country house at Chartwell, one where Winston and Clementine would reside for the remainder of their lives when not occupying one of the august buildings on Downing Street in London. In the 1906 general election, held in the first weeks of the year, the Liberal Party under Henry Campbell Bannerman won a landslide victory over the Conservatives. Churchill's former party had been deeply divided over the free trade issue, allowing the Liberals to outflank them and Campbell Bannerman to become Prime Minister. He would only last in that office until 1908, though, as he suffered a series of heart attacks in 1907. His eventual resignation would allow for Churchill's long-standing ally, Herbert Asquith, to succeed as Prime Minister. Churchill was soon promoted to the position of President of the Board of Trade, with David Lloyd George, a Welsh politician and rising star within the Liberal Party, becoming Chancellor of the Exchequer. As President of the Board of Trade, Churchill was responsible for overseeing a wide range of matters related to industrial relations and negotiations with the trade unions at a time when militant labour strike actions were occurring not just in Britain, but across Europe and North America. Churchill's attitude towards these developments was quite evolved. He introduced a series of liberal reforms, such as the Mines 8 Hours Bill, which restricted mine workers to working a maximum of 8 hours per day, and the Labour Exchanges Bill to set up hundreds of centres offering payments to those who were temporarily unemployed. All of this was with the goal of easing social tensions in Britain, reducing strike action, and quelling the rise of the newly christened Labour Party, who had won dozens of seats in the 1906 general election. In 1910, Churchill was promoted to the post of Home Secretary, one of the great officers of state. In this capacity, he was effectively in charge of domestic security, including policing services, immigration and the borders, the prison system and elements of the judicial system. The primary issue facing the Home Office in the early 20th century was the growing movement amongst the suffragists and other liberal groups for women to be given the right to vote in Britain. Churchill had publicly stated his opposition back in the late 1890s, but now, over a decade later, he was more amenable to the idea, provided that a majority of male voters in Britain were in favour. To that end, he proposed a national referendum on the matter, but there was no agreement, and the suffrage issue would drag on throughout the 1910s. In 1911, after Asquith's Liberals secured a second term in office, Churchill was appointed as First Lord of the Admiralty. This effectively placed Churchill in charge of the Royal Navy at a time when Britain's naval power was still paramount globally and was the backbone of its vast empire. He would remain in that office for several years as Europe headed towards a calamitous war. In the early 1910s, the primary issue which seemed to be facing Asquith, Churchill and the Liberals in office was the resolution of the Irish question. For decades, the Irish political establishment had been demanding devolved government in Dublin in the shape of Home Rule. But this had been blocked by Unionists in the north of Ireland who were determined to block any drift away from British rule in the country. Churchill was on the side of the Home Rulers, viewing the Unionist calls for Ireland to be partitioned as unacceptable. However, just as the Home Rule issue seemed to be nearing a successful conclusion in 1913 and 1914, war suddenly interrupted everything. For years, tensions had been brewing between the major European powers over a wide range of matters, not least colonial rivalry in Africa and the nationalist powder keg that the Balkans had become. In the end, it was the latter region that provided the spark for war when the heir to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated by a Serb nationalist on the 28th of June 1914. In the weeks that followed, a regional crisis escalated into a full-blown European war as Britain, France and the Russian Empire went to war with Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire. It would soon become known as the First World War, as the theatre of operations expanded to every corner of the globe. Churchill's role in the First World War is usually remembered for all the wrong reasons. Much of his work was concerned with organising massive troop movements across the English Channel in the first weeks and months of the war, as the focus of the conflict became the trenches of northeastern France, where the French and British squared off against the Germans. However, Churchill had a grander plan involved for the Navy. He believed that pressure could be relieved on the Western Front in France by striking a blow against the Ottoman Empire. This would reduce the number of troops which Britain's ally Russia needed to commit to the campaign against the Turks in the Caucasus, and so would allow the Russians to focus more soldiers to the Eastern Front in Poland and Ukraine against the Germans. And this, in turn, would force the Germans to draw troops away from France to Poland. Churchill's approach to weakening the Turks was to launch a major naval assault on the Straits of Gallipoli, the entryway into the Bosphorus, the internationally significant waterway in Istanbul. If successful, it might even prove possible to capture Istanbul and knock the Ottomans out of the war completely. He quickly convinced Asquith's cabinet, and in the spring, a major British expeditionary force, of which troops from Australia and New Zealand made up a huge proportion, was dispatched to Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign turned into one of the most disastrous British strategic errors of the war. It would drag on for a year between the spring of 1915 and 1916, with nearly 500,000 British, Anzac, Irish, French and Indian troops committed to the effort. However, it soon turned into a debacle as the expeditionary force made landfall on the Gallipoli Peninsula in a location where the Ottomans had much better strategic positions, and after curbing the initial British attack on their positions, effectively placed the British and their allied troops under siege at Gallipoli. Months of attritional warfare followed, during the course of which the British Expeditionary Force suffered over 50,000 casualties, with 250,000 more men wounded or otherwise incapacitated. It proved to be one of the greatest setbacks of Churchill's career. As the extent of the blunder was revealed in the course of 1915, it was made clear that he had lost the confidence of the wartime cabinet in London, and he was removed from his position as First Lord of the Admiralty as Asquith relented to pressure from the Conservatives as the various parties in Britain moved to form a wartime coalition. Churchill responded energetically to this change in his fortunes. He determined to rejoin the military and spent some time in 1916 leading a unit on the Western Front in France. When he returned to the House of Commons some months later, it was with a new appreciation of the lot of the common soldier, and he called for steel helmets to be issued to all the rank and file, a necessity which Churchill had become aware of when he had nearly been killed by a piece of shrapnel himself while in France. 1917 also brought a change in his political fortunes, as the Dardanelles Commission reported that Churchill was not directly responsible for the failures at Gallipoli, while the replacement of Asquith as Prime Minister by David Lloyd George saw Churchill appointed as Minister of Munitions. In this role, he was primarily responsible for ensuring that the domestic economy ran in such a way as to ensure that enough bullets, artillery, and other explosives were being produced to keep the war effort going. Much of the work involved negotiating an end to strike actions as they arose in British munitions factories. It was not glamorous work, but it had impact. Britain, and with it France, the United States, and Italy, ultimately won the war in November 1918 because their domestic economies proved more resilient in wartime than those of Germany, the Ottoman Empire, and Austria-Hungary. The Germans overall won far more battles than they lost during the First World War, but as they ran out of key resources at home, social and political unrest set in, and the country collapsed into political and social turmoil in the late autumn of 1918, bringing the war to an end. The end of the First World War did not bring peace to Europe. With civil wars erupting across much of the continent as old empires collapsed, the years between 1918 and 1923 would actually be bloodier than the 4 years of war which preceded them. Churchill spent the first part of this period serving as Secretary of State for War and Secretary of State for Air in a government which continued to be headed by David Lloyd George as Prime Minister. In these dual roles, Churchill was responsible for overseeing large elements of the process of demobilizing millions of British and Allied troops. His attitudes towards the defeated countries were mixed. On the one hand, Churchill wished for a large military presence to be maintained by Britain and France in Germany after the cessation of hostilities, but unlike many British and French statesmen of the time, he cautioned against an overly punitive approach to the peace talks. He viewed Germany as a potential ally against the greater enemy, which was emerging to the east in Russia, where the Bolshevik communists had seized power in a revolution in the late autumn of 1917. A bloody civil war followed there down to the early 1920s, during the course of which Britain sent its own expeditionary force to northern Russia to assist the counter-revolutionaries. As Minister for War, Churchill was deeply involved in these efforts and consistently pushed an anti-Soviet line. Elsewhere, Churchill demonstrated a brutal streak in the post-war period. Some of this was in evidence in the Middle East, where Britain and France between them had carved up the former Ottoman Empire into mandates or occupied territories. The British had control of Iraq, a country which posed governance problems from the start as the Kurdish people in the north of the country were perennially opposed to foreign rule, whether by the Ottomans or the British. A major insurgency had developed here by 1920, and it was at this juncture that Churchill proposed that chemical weapons could be used here, stating that he believed it was reasonable to experiment with such weapons against uncivilized tribes. In the end, extensive use of chemical weapons did not occur in Iraq and Kurdistan at this time, but as several studies since have demonstrated, this was not owing to any moral scruples, but simply that it did not prove logistically possible to do so. This particular episode does not reflect well on Churchill in retrospect, although there is no concrete evidence that any chemical weapons were ever used, and it should also be noted, chemical weapons such as mustard gas had been widespread in the First World War, and it was not until the 1925 Geneva Protocol that such weapons were formally banned under an international agreement. However, his attitudes towards Ireland in the early 1920s were problematic. Churchill had long been a moderate when it came to Ireland, a country in which the majority of the Roman Catholic population throughout the island desired independence from Britain. This was stymied by a unionist majority in the north of the country who favoured a continuing attachment to Britain, along with elements within the British political system who did not wish to relinquish control of the island. Churchill had openly condemned the Unionist argument that Ireland could be partitioned and the North allowed to remain within the United Kingdom. Yet, when a bitter war of independence broke out against British rule in the aftermath of the First World War, Churchill's attitude seemed to change. He was, for instance, in favour of the actions of the Black and Tans, units of demobilised British paramilitaries, who were sent into Ireland in 1920 and who, over the next year and a half, engaged in a brutal campaign of pillaging and killings, supposedly in response to IRA attacks, but which inevitably damaged Britain's standing in Ireland as the force acted as a law unto itself. This support for the Black and Tans aside, Churchill was well aware of the need for a negotiated peace, and in the course of 1921 he was central to the negotiations which led to the Anglo-Irish Treaty, an agreement whereby Ireland, excluding the Unionist North, would achieve independence from Britain within what was termed as the Community of Nations known as the British Empire. In February 1921, Churchill was appointed as Secretary of State for the Colonies, a significant brief within government in the aftermath of the First World War, as Britain's already sizable empire had expanded as a result of the transfer of lands from the Ottoman Empire and Germany's colonies into British and French possession. His main concerns during this period were with the Middle East, where many of the native people in the Levant and the Arabian Peninsula had allied with Britain against the Ottomans during the war, and now felt betrayed that they seemed to have swapped one imperial overlord in the form of the Turks for another in the shape of Britain. This was particularly the case in Palestine, where the Palestinian population was perturbed by the accelerated drive amongst Jewish Zionists to establish a new Jewish state. Churchill was sympathetic towards the Jewish cause, but this was tempered following a week of rioting in early May 1921 in the city of Jaffa, incited by the Jewish Communist Party, and during which dozens were killed and hundreds more wounded. The antagonists' declared goal was to remove British rule from the Levant and establish a Soviet Palestine, which did nothing to endear Churchill to the Jewish cause in Palestine. Ultimately, his time as Secretary of State for Colonies was short-lived. In the autumn of 1922, a crisis developed over the British policing of the Dardanelles neutral zone near Gallipoli, the site of Churchill's ignominious defeat as First Lord of the Admiralty a few years earlier. The crisis split the Liberals and the Conservatives in Parliament in Britain and led to a snap general election in November 1922, in which Churchill lost his seat as an MP. He failed to regain it when a new election was quickly called in 1923. This latter election was notable for the entry into power of the Labour Party, who formed a British government for the first time. This shift in the British political establishment also saw Churchill reappraise his own political allegiances. The Liberals proved willing to offer tacit support to the Labour Party on a contractual basis. For Churchill, who looked with extreme concern at the possibility of the Labour Party aligning Britain with Soviet Russia, the political map of the nation had now been completely redrawn. Politics in Britain, he believed, was now a tussle between the Conservatives and the Labour Party, with the Liberals increasingly becoming a minor third party. Unsurprisingly, by 1924, even before a new election was called, Churchill had effectively rejoined the Conservatives 2 decades after he had switched to the Liberals. As a tactical political decision, Churchill's move was inspired. A new general election was held on the 29th of October 1924, the third in 2 years, following the collapse of the minority Labour government. Churchill won a new seat for the constituency of Epping. and the Conservatives, under Stanley Baldwin, won a huge parliamentary majority. Just days after officially rejoining the Conservatives, Churchill was appointed as Chancellor of the Exchequer. He would oversee British finances for nearly half a decade, down to the summer of 1929. His tenure of the position, second in importance only to that of Prime Minister in the British political system, is most noted for his decision to restore the gold standard, whereby the pound sterling, Britain's currency, was tied to the gold reserves of the nation and the global price for gold. This had been the case for Western nation-states for centuries, but had been temporarily abandoned by Britain with the onset of war in 1914. Churchill's decision to re-establish the gold standard is perceived to have had both positive and negative effects. On the one hand, it led to a significant period of deflation, which was much needed in the aftermath of the huge levels of state expenditure which had been incurred during and after the war. However, conversely, it is now understood to have led to significant job losses and unemployment across Britain, particularly in coal and steel jobs which had formed the basis of industrial Britain for a century and a half. A new general election was called in Britain in the summer of 1929 as Baldwin's government's time in office wound down. The Conservatives lost power to the Labour Party, who would only remain in power for 2 years before a national government was formed in 1931 in response to the crisis brought about by the Wall Street financial crash of 1929 and the Great Depression which followed in its wake. However, with Labour, the Conservatives, the Liberals, and other groups, such as the Liberal Nationals, all forming part of the cabinet, as well as a number of independent technocrats, there was no place in government for Churchill, who had continued to hold his seat in the Epping constituency during these years. This absence from the centre of power would continue for most of the 1930s, as Churchill was overlooked again in Baldwin's cabinet when the Conservatives returned to power in their own right in the mid-1930s. Consequently, the period from his exit from the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer in 1929 down to the late 1930s, when he would make a remarkable return to political prominence, are generally known as the wilderness years of Churchill's political career. Scholars have speculated that Churchill may have suffered from depression, or what he called his black dog, which, along with his drinking, was exacerbated during these years. All of this is not to suggest that Churchill was inactive during the 1930s. Far from it. In some respects, they were incredibly productive years, particularly from the perspective of his writing. Churchill wrote continuously throughout his adult life after he had acquired the habit during his time in India and Africa in the late 1890s. For instance, in the early 1920s, he had begun work on what eventually became a 6-volume study of the lead up to, course of, and aftermath of the First World War, which he published as The World Crisis. Having finished this with the publication of the final volume in 1931, he embarked on what was arguably his greatest work, a 4-volume study of the life and times of his ancestor John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough. Although Churchill conceived it as an unabashed tribute to Marlborough and his accomplishments, the study, which ran to 4 large volumes of approximately 200,000 words each, was very well received, providing not just an account of John Churchill's life, but of the politics of Britain and Europe in the time of King Louis XIV of France and the War of the Spanish Succession. The American political philosopher Leo Strauss deemed it to be the greatest historical work written during the 20th century. Today, it reads better than most other works of historical prose written in the first half of the 20th century, and, above all, it captures Marlborough's significance as a political and military figure. His victory over the French at the Battle of Blenheim in 1704 was a defining moment in Britain's checking of French growth under Louis XIV and paved the way for Britain to begin eclipsing France as the preeminent European power in the course of the 18th century. Churchill's text captures the significance of all of this like few other works written on Marlborough and his times. Beyond his study and back in Parliament, Churchill was a passionate voice on another product of Britain's 18th century expansion, the position of India. For years, debate had been raging on what would happen to the British Raj or Crown rule, with calls for independence impossible to ignore completely by the 1930s. There appeared to be three options: either a form of devolved government, or becoming a dominion like Australia and New Zealand, or perhaps complete independence would be granted. In the early 1930s, both Labour and the Conservatives largely agreed on the idea that India should be granted dominion status, a legal position which would effectively make India self-governing on a wide range of internal matters, but would ensure that it remained nominally under the jurisdiction of the British Empire. Most importantly, London would still determine India's foreign policy and military affairs. This arrangement, though, was anathema for Churchill, who became even more trenchantly imperialist and monarchical in his political ideology as he grew older. He was especially disdainful of the principal Indian independence leader, Mahatma Gandhi, and the Indian National Congress, which he led. Part of this was also owing to Churchill's perception of many subject peoples as being less evolved than the British. To his mind, India was not ready socially, culturally, or politically to govern itself, and he strongly argued throughout the 1930s that, quote, "If India could look after herself, we would be delighted." Unsurprisingly, when the India Bill came before Parliament in December 1934 and proposed a great amount of self-governance for India, he voted against the act, which ultimately, though, would pass. Churchill's vocal opposition to self-government for India and his criticisms of Gandhi in particular might well have had a bearing on matters closer to home. In the early 1930s, Churchill also began sounding the alarm concerning the rise to power of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis in Germany. Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in the first weeks of 1933, and the Nazis quickly turned the country into a one-party state. As early as April 1933, Churchill gave a speech in the British House of Commons in which he spoke about what he called the odious conditions in Germany. As the months went by and the Nazis began rearming Germany in violation of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end, Churchill lambasted government policy which was failing to recognize the threat posed by a revitalized German military. He was especially critical of the failure to create a new, modern, well-appointed British Air Force and the rapidity with which the German Luftwaffe overtook the British RAF from 1935 onwards. Yet, Churchill's warning calls were ignored in some circles, in part because he had lost credibility amongst a significant number of MPs, owing to his virulent objections to Indian self-government and the manner in which he had launched scathing attacks against Gandhi's character. Perhaps, many wondered, Churchill's critique of Hitler and the Nazis was similarly misinformed. Churchill would continue to warn the British political establishment of the dangers of the Nazis into the mid-1930s and beyond. Despite this, many failed to see the danger. This should perhaps be seen in context. The 1930s was a time of extremist politics. Italy had been controlled by Benito Mussolini and his fascists since the early 1920s, and a vicious civil war would soon grip Spain. For many within the political sphere in Britain, Hitler and the Nazis were not viewed as the primary threat within this political landscape. Rather, the greater threat seemed to be posed by the Soviet Union and its authoritarian leader, Joseph Stalin. The fear was that if Moscow-aligned communist movements emerged and seized power in a number of Central and Western European nations, then Russia would soon be in a position to dominate the continent. Viewed from this perspective, the Nazis were the lesser of two evils and certainly a bulwark against the rise of radical socialism. Indeed, in 1936, Churchill's old ally in government during the First World War, David Lloyd George, visited Germany, met Hitler, and reported back enthusiastically on what the Germans were doing to rebuild their country following the shock of the Great Depression. It was for these reasons that many people either did not see the threat posed by the Nazis in the same way which Churchill did in the 1930s, or else refused to see it. This was not for the want of trying on the former Chancellor of the Exchequer's part. In an effort to bring greater awareness to the issue, he even aligned himself in the mid-1930s with the Anti-Nazi Council, a British political organisation which had arisen out of the left-wing movement in England. In order to work alongside them, Churchill toned down his opposition to the Soviet Union. Within the council, a focus group consisting of virulent opponents of the Nazis and the British Manifestation of Fascism, Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists, emerged, which included figures such as Austen Chamberlain, the half-brother of Neville Chamberlain, who succeeded Stanley Baldwin as leader of the Conservatives and became Prime Minister in 1937, and other Conservative politicians such as Robert Boothby and Henry Page Croft. Collectively, they organised rallies and meetings which sought to draw attention to the risks of appeasing Germany, while it also worked with members of the civil service and intelligence services to produce concrete evidence of how extensive the German rearmament program was. Despite these efforts in the mid-1930s, the message of Churchill and his allies seemed to be falling on completely deaf ears. There were distractions within British politics, not the least of which was the crisis which followed from the accession of King Edward VIII as the new monarch in January 1936. Edward was determined to marry Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee who was unacceptable to British social norms by the standards of the 1930s. A constitutional crisis followed, one which was only resolved at the end of that year when Edward abdicated in favour of his younger brother, who became King George VI. The upshot of the abdication crisis was that the issue of German rearmament and the increasingly jingoistic attitude of Hitler and the Nazis towards their neighbours were largely shelved throughout 1936. Moreover, unbeknownst to the political establishment, a further setback occurred in the early summer of 1937 when Stanley Baldwin retired from political life and was succeeded as Prime Minister by Neville Chamberlain. Over the next year and a half, Chamberlain would oversee what, in retrospect, might be viewed as one of the most profoundly misinformed policies of appeasement in human history. Churchill would be his most vocal critic throughout. At the heart of the matter in the late 1930s was the increasing speed with which Nazi Germany was seeking to realize its ambitions. The goal of Hitler and the Nazis had always been to strengthen Germany's economy, rearm the nation, and begin a new pan-European war in which they would have revenge for the humiliation that had been imposed on the German people at the end of the First World War. Initially, Hitler and his accomplices had believed they would need to wait until 1941 or 1942 before initiating such a conflict, but by 1938, faced with the seeming indifference of the British and French political establishments to their rearmament, Hitler decided to speed the process up. Thus, in March 1938, diplomatic and military pressure was poured on Austria to force the country into accepting a political union with Germany. When a Greater Germany was declared and Nazi flags started flying in Vienna, Churchill made a speech before the House of Commons in England in which he declared that the gravity of the situation could not be underestimated. Still, few people were willing to accept his warnings at face value. Once Austria was annexed, Hitler immediately began demanding to take control of the Sudetenland, an extensive part of western Czechoslovakia which had a primarily ethnically German population. By the autumn of 1938, the German military was mobilizing to invade Czechoslovakia if the European powers did not give in to Germany's demands. Churchill was adamant that Britain could not allow this to stand, and indeed he visited Neville Chamberlain at No. 10 Downing Street, the official residence of the British Prime Minister, to put on record his belief that Britain should declare war on Germany if the Nazis violated Czechoslovak sovereignty. At least a hard line needed to be taken in negotiations with Hitler. But Chamberlain did not heed his advice. Instead, just a few days later, he flew to Munich in southern Germany for a conference with Hitler and the other major heads of state. There, on the 30th of September 1938, Chamberlain signed up to the Munich Agreement, a diplomatic arrangement which gifted the Sudetenland to the Nazis in return for a promise that no further land claims would be made by Berlin. Back at home, Churchill was appalled as the policy of appeasement reached its peak. He described Munich a total and unmitigated defeat. Events soon proved Churchill right and Chamberlain wrong. In March 1939, Hitler and the Nazis breached the terms of the Munich Agreement when they dismembered the rest of Czechoslovakia, annexing portions of it and creating a vassal state out of what remained. Within days, Berlin was making it clear that Poland was its next target. With it now seemingly inevitable that war was to follow before long, Britain and France belatedly accelerated their rearmament programs. Meanwhile, back in England, Churchill's political popularity was growing anew as MPs and the general public came to appreciate that he had been right all along in the warnings he had made since 1933 about the Nazis. There was, consequently, a growing swell of support for Churchill to be brought into the government by Chamberlain. Eventually, Chamberlain consented, but not before the Second World War commenced. The outbreak of the conflict was triggered by Germany's invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939. 2 days later, Britain and France declared war on Germany in response. That same day, Chamberlain appointed Churchill as the new First Lord of the Admiralty, the position he had held a quarter of a century earlier and ignominiously vacated after the disastrous Gallipoli campaign. It was the beginning of his rapid ascent to Britain's wartime leader. Churchill would oversee the Royal Navy for the first 8 months of the war. This period is often known as the Phony War, as there was only limited military activity on the Western Front. Germany quickly overran and occupied Poland in September and October 1939, but thereafter the war settled into a period of inertia as neither side made any major strategic moves in the winter of 1939. Unsure of how to proceed, British thoughts turned to the strategic position of Norway, which controlled a huge amount of the coastal region of northern Europe and the North Atlantic. The country was neutral, but many suspected that Hitler and the Nazis would move in the spring to occupy Norway and perhaps Sweden also as a means of gaining control of a number of North Atlantic seaports and securing the huge iron ore deposits of Sweden, which, in the long run, would be crucial to the German war effort. Accordingly, throughout the winter of 1939 and spring of 1940, Churchill and the Admiralty Office were working out strategic plans to either lay down sea mines along the Norwegian coastline or to even occupy a number of key Norwegian ports such as Narvik. Measures were being implemented to realize these plans in the spring of 1940, when the Nazis suddenly ended the relative calm by invading Denmark and taking control of Norway through special operations in which thousands of German paratroopers were airlifted into Norway's main cities and ports. In response to the German occupation of Norway, a combined British, French, Free Polish and Free Norwegian expeditionary force was dispatched to the North Atlantic in April 1940. It made limited progress, and it was this state of affairs which opened up the infamous Norway debate in the British House of Commons on the 7th of May. The ostensible purpose of the motions under debate was the handling of this campaign, but it quickly evolved into a discussion of the general handling of the war by Neville Chamberlain and his government. In the course of 3 days of debates, it became clear that Chamberlain not only did not have the support of the Labour Party and the Liberals, but had lost the support of a substantial proportion of the Conservative Party. A previous wartime leader, David Lloyd George, provided a particularly damning account of affairs in which he stated that preparations for the Army, Navy and Air Force had all been inadequate, during the course of which Churchill intervened to say whatever deficiencies there were in the Royal Navy were his rather than Chamberlain's fault. It was a clear sign that Churchill, unlike Chamberlain, was willing to take responsibility for his actions and the handling of affairs. When Chamberlain resigned as Prime Minister following the end of the debate on the 9th of May, Churchill was quickly voted in as the new Prime Minister on the 10th of May. He later stated that he believed that his whole life up to this point had been, quote, a preparation for this hour and for this trial. Churchill had no time to settle into his new position. In the early hours of the 10th of May, the very day he became Prime Minister, the Germans invaded Belgium, Luxembourg and the Netherlands. Churchill began assembling a cabinet formed on a cross-party basis, effectively creating a government of national unity. Then, on the 13th of May 1940, he delivered his first address to the House of Commons, in which he declared, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." This was the first of 3 speeches he would make in the summer of 1940, which are generally credited with having galvanized the nation's resolve to fight on against the Nazis. Churchill's determination to do so was much needed, for there was a substantial subsection of Parliament in the summer of 1940 who believed that Britain needed to negotiate peace terms with the Nazis. This was especially so once the Germans succeeded in quickly occupying the Low Countries and moved on Paris within weeks of the first invasion in May 1940. By the end of the month, the British Expeditionary Force of approximately 300,000 men were trapped in the French port city of Dunkirk. Only the famous naval rescue mission, conducted by thousands of small British fishing and merchant vessels, managed to rescue victory from the jaws of defeat. Back in Britain, as the troops arrived back in southern England, Churchill made the second of his famous speeches, in which he stated, "We shall never surrender." Churchill needed to galvanize the nation and Parliament. The rapid German conquest of France in the early summer of 1940 had left many in Britain dispirited and believing that a German conquest of Britain was imminent. The nation now stood largely alone against the Nazis, and many, including senior members of Churchill's own party in Parliament, believed that they needed to negotiate with the Nazis in order to get the best peace terms possible. It was in this environment that Churchill made perhaps his finest contribution to history. He convinced Parliament and the nation, through his speeches and actions, that the fight needed to continue. In his third speech, he stated clearly of the government that it was, quote, our inflexible resolve to continue the war. This spirit ensured that Britain held out in the dark days of 1940, and as a result, the Allies in years to come were in a position to open a Western front in France. This was not as easily achieved as is often suggested, for throughout the first months of his premiership, Churchill was in the unenviable position of having to convince senior members of his own cabinet, such as Lord Halifax, that Britain needed to hold out and not seek peace terms from Hitler. He won the argument, and as the Germans began a naval blockade and bombing campaign of Britain from the late summer of 1940 onwards, the British people steeled themselves for the long fight ahead. The war over the next year and a half was tumultuous. Churchill was effectively the sole leader of the resistance to the Nazis for much of it. The Blitz, short for Blitzkrieg, meaning lightning war, as the German bombing campaign against Britain is known, continued through the winter of 1940 and into 1941, even as Churchill desperately sought aid from the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Roosevelt was personally in favor of war against the Nazis, but public sentiment in the US was against intervening in what was deemed to be a European conflict. However, he did negotiate the Lend-Lease program with Churchill, which came into effect in March 1941 and which allowed for the US to provide Britain with extensive support in the form of food, oil, and war material, while ostensibly remaining neutral. This was a big break for Churchill's government, which was soon followed by another fortuitous development. Hitler decided to effectively end the Blitz and instead turn eastwards to invade the Soviet Union. In the summer of 1941, the Nazis initiated the largest land invasion in human history when 3 million men invaded the Soviet Union. It went well initially, with the Germans advancing to outside Moscow and Leningrad by the October and November of 1940, but then that winter the advance stalled. In December 1941, the strategic situation changed further when Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan, launched an unprovoked attack on the American Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. This brought the US into the war, and Churchill now became the leader of one of 3 major nations consisting of Britain, the US, and the Soviet Union, whose combined might could be brought to bear on the Nazis. In 1942, the war in Europe would continue to focus on the clash between the Germans and the Russians on the Eastern Front, but the entry of Japan into the conflict had created an entirely new theatre of operations for Britain in southern Asia. As well as attacking Pearl Harbor in December 1941, the Japanese had begun advancing on Britain's colonies in southern Asia, notably towards Singapore and into British Burma. Singapore fell to the Japanese on the 15th of February 1942. Churchill's government had made a strategic blunder by concentrating on the naval defence of the city, believing that the land bridge to Singapore from Malaysia was impassable for the Japanese army, a belief that proved entirely incorrect. Churchill stated in the aftermath of the surrender of the garrison that it was the worst defeat the country had suffered in British military history. Thereafter, the Japanese began to push further westwards, and much of the fighting between the British and Japanese in 1942 and 1943 focused on Burma and the region around modern-day Bangladesh. Throughout this time, Calcutta was even bombed regularly by the Japanese, indicating the extent of Japanese penetration into the British Raj. The Japanese advance was eventually checked on the northeastern frontier of India and gradually pushed back in the course of 1943, but the need for Indian support had allowed Gandhi to place extensive pressure on the British government in what became known as the Quit India campaign. This called for an orderly British withdrawal from India after the war, in return for Indian support during it. Under pressure from President Roosevelt, Churchill was forced to acquiesce to some of these demands, paving the way for India's eventual independence in 1947. Churchill's approach to India as Prime Minister was also extremely controversial owing to the famine which struck Bengal, a major area of the Raj lying along what is now the border between India and Bangladesh. This was, and remains, one of the most densely populated regions in the entire world. Some 60 million people lived here in the early 1940s. In the course of 1943, a horrific famine struck Bengal, killing somewhere between 2 and 4 million people. The exact number is unknown. Millions more suffered from malnutrition and displacement. While famines of this kind are common during wartime, the Bengal famine of 1943 is generally understood today as having been largely man-made. The Bengal famine came about after the Japanese occupied Burma and cut off rice imports to the eastern subcontinent in 1942. Churchill and his war cabinet, fearing a full-scale Japanese invasion of India, ordered a scorched earth policy in the region in response to the threat, in which thousands of acres of farmland were seized or even destroyed. Churchill's government also introduced a number of policies in the course of 1941 and 1942, including mass conscription of farm workers. This, combined with a series of natural disasters in 1942, including a cyclone in the Bay of Bengal, further compounded the increasingly widespread starvation and famine which culminated in the deaths of upwards of 3 million people in the region, although some say the figure is much higher. Churchill has largely been blamed for perpetuating and even instigating this famine by Indian and progressive historians in recent publications, as by this time his disregard for the country and its freedom-seeking populace was no secret. However, Churchill's defenders claim that when both he and his war cabinet became fully aware of the scale of the famine, on the 24th of September 1943, they diverted 250,000 tons of grain to India. They also mention the fact the Japanese invasion of Burma was one of the prime causes of the crisis, along with a lack of shipping due to the war, poor local government, misplaced food allocations, and natural disasters. In Churchill's defence, the focus of the British government did lie elsewhere in 1942 and 1943, primarily North Africa, where the Italians and Germans had been seeking to overrun the British position in Egypt, in the process seizing the Suez Canal and the route into the oil fields of the Middle East. Consequently, what was otherwise a limited regional conflict over a stretch of the Sahara Desert took on a greater significance in 1942. The tide was turned when the British won a major victory of the Second Battle of El Alamein in early November. This, combined with the Soviet Union's impending victory at the Battle of Stalingrad in southern Russia, led Churchill to proclaim at a speech he gave in London on the 10th of November 1942 that this is perhaps the end of the beginning. He was right. In the first half of 1943, the war turned decidedly against the Nazis and in favour of the Allies. By the end of that spring, the British, French and Americans were victorious in North Africa, while the Russians had begun to push the Germans back towards Poland and Ukraine. That summer, a long-anticipated second front was opened in Europe when the Western Allies invaded Sicily and then Italy. Churchill's working methods during the war are noteworthy. Were we to envisage a modern wartime leader of a country, we might imagine them operating out of a government building and an endless succession of meetings with other ministers, generals and advisers in the corridors of power. This was not the case with Churchill. Throughout the war, he worked regularly from Downing Street, awaking around 7 a.m. but spending several hours in bed reading the newspapers and dictating memos and letters to his secretaries. An alcoholic drink or two followed as he got up and met with a few individuals before a lengthy lunch. Several hours of work followed, but Churchill was then known to regularly go for an evening nap between about 5 and 6:30. This was a habit he had developed in his younger years and one which he claimed made him more productive in the evenings. After the nap, he would have dinner, a few more drinks and several more hours of work would follow, with Churchill often working past midnight in his study. This pattern was regularly interrupted by sudden changes and events, and when Churchill had to travel away from London. But the Prime Minister's working methods generally followed along these lines when possible. Extraordinary events which called for Churchill to break from this pattern increased in number in 1944. In the first half of the year, the Western Allies began preparing for the opening of a major Western front against the Nazis by invading France from Britain. This would be the moment in which Churchill's success in keeping Britain in the war in 1940 bore its greatest fruit. Such an undertaking by the United States alone across the entire length of the Atlantic Ocean would have been all but impossible, but it was entirely feasible from Britain. Churchill was central to the planning process for what eventually became the D-Day landings. He was unusually anxious throughout, fearing that the landings could end in an Allied bloodbath if poorly planned, or if information about the proposed Allied landing sites in northern France was obtained by the Germans. Meanwhile, throughout 1943 and 1944, Churchill also travelled abroad on several occasions to attend summits of the main Allied leaders at Casablanca in January 1943, Tehran in the final weeks of the year, Quebec in Canada in September 1944, Moscow a month later, and finally Yalta in the Crimea in February 1945. These summits, at which Churchill, President Roosevelt of the United States, and Joseph Stalin, the head of the Soviet Union, were the paramount figures, were the key settings at which the post-war world order was effectively decided upon. Each leader had their own personal concerns during these conferences. Roosevelt, for instance, was primarily interested in the issue of defeating Japan once the war in Europe was over. For his part, Churchill's primary interest lay in Eastern and Southern Europe and the extent to which countries like Greece, Poland, and the various Balkan nations would fall under either Western or Soviet dominance in the post-war settlement. He clashed with Stalin on the matter, and even before the war ended in Europe, the seeds of the Cold War were firmly sown at Yalta. The final months of the war involved one of the most controversial actions undertaken by the Western Allies during its entire duration. Throughout the spring of 1945, as they prepared for the final push on Berlin, the Allies engaged in a massive bombing campaign against Germany's major cities. Churchill was a firm advocate of what was known as the Area Bombing Directive. This had first been issued in 1942, with the goal of having the British Royal Air Force engage in the systematic bombing of Germany's industrial cities, with the goal of crippling its domestic economy and war machine. However, in the spring of 1945, this took on a shape which has retrospectively been deemed more vengeful than strategic. The most notorious episode occurred in mid-February 1945, when 1,300 fighter bombers dropped nearly 4,000 tons of explosives on the city of Dresden in less than 72 hours. Approximately 25,000 people were killed, and the city was reduced to a smouldering ruin by the Allied bombing campaign. Churchill has been criticised for being a strong advocate of this policy, the strategic validity of which was highly questionable. Nevertheless, by comparison with the actions of the Russians as they advanced through Poland and eastern Germany, the Allied onslaught in the west of the country was exponentially more humane. Moreover, there were genuine fears in the spring of 1945 that if a speedy victory was not obtained, a guerrilla war would begin in Germany, one which could last years, and some felt at the time that use of extensive area bombing was justified if it would bring the war to a speedier conclusion. Ultimately, no such guerrilla war would ever occur. Once the Western Front was opened in Europe in the summer of 1944, the Nazi war effort began to crumble as Hitler desperately divided his troops between the three different fronts which were now in existence. By early 1945, despite a counterattack by the Germans in the Ardennes forest in December 1944, the Allies began entering Germany from both the west and the east. By now, Churchill's focus had switched to the issues of setting up a new United Nations, an international body which would succeed the interwar League of Nations and hopefully prove more successful, and the vexed issue of the position of countries like Poland and Hungary in the post-war settlement. These were still being debated as the Russians encircled Berlin in the late spring and began the final siege of the city. The Western Allies were spreading out across western and southern Germany at the same time, mopping up resistance in the hopes of bringing the war to a swift end. That is what occurred. Hitler killed himself in Berlin on the 30th of April 1945, and just over a week later, the Germans surrendered unconditionally to the Allies. The war in the Pacific would drag on for 4 months, but when America dropped 2 nuclear weapons on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the fighting abruptly came to an end. The Second World War was over. With the war over, Churchill quickly called a general election in Britain, which was held on the 5th of July 1945. Churchill could have expected a landslide victory for the Conservatives in the immediate aftermath of the war. Such was the popularity and efficacy of his wartime leadership. But this was not to be. Back in 1942, a British civil servant and academic called William Beveridge had drawn up a report outlining a way in which British society could be structured in the post-war period so as to avoid the species of social and political extremism developing in Britain which had ravaged the continent in the 1930s and led to the war. He outlined a comprehensive scheme for a system of national insurance whereby British citizens would pay into a common fund of money to provide services such as a national health service, unemployment benefits to those who ended up out of work, illness payments to those who could not work, and numerous other services besides. In the 1945 election, the Labour Party, led by Clement Attlee, campaigned on the basis that they would implement the Beveridge report if they were in government. The British people were in favour of this, and Labour won a landslide victory in the election. Churchill, who had a legitimate case for feeling hard done by with this rejection of him as Prime Minister at the end of the war, would now step down as Prime Minister and return to the opposition benches. Out of office, Churchill dedicated himself to warning about the threat which was now posed by the Soviet Union. Despite the arrangements which had been reached at summits such as those at Tehran and Yalta in the closing years of the conflict, the end of the Second World War in Europe effectively saw the Soviet Union and the Western Allies imposing control over whichever territory their forces happened to have occupied in the final year of the war. Thus, despite agreements to the contrary, Poland and Hungary were very quickly subsumed into the Soviet bloc, with communist regimes imposed. In the Balkans, the partisan leader who had led much of the resistance to Nazi occupation during the war, Josip Tito, established the new state of Yugoslavia along communist lines, though he would soon diverge from Moscow's oversight. However, the United States, Britain, and the other Western allies managed to keep Greece and Turkey within their sphere of influence in the mid-1940s, largely through massive funding provided by the new US President Harry Truman's administration. Austria remained a point of contention. with Soviet, British and American troops stationed here for a decade after the war, and there was a real risk for a time that the country would become divided into pro-Soviet and pro-Western blocs along the same lines which Germany eventually was. Churchill was one of the first statesmen to grasp the full significance of what was occurring in Europe, and more broadly in terms of the global balance of power between the Soviet Union and the United States. During a 3-month tour of the US in early 1946, he gave a famous speech at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, concerning the growing Cold War between the Soviet Union and the Western world led by the US. Here, he famously declared, "An iron curtain has descended across the continent." In this new environment, Churchill called for ever-growing cooperation between the Western states to fend off further Soviet expansion, and noted in particular the special relationship between the US and Britain with their shared language and cultural heritage. His perception of the new political landscape of Europe found formal expression in the years that followed, as the Soviet formed Eastern Europe into the Warsaw Pact, while the Western Allies coalesced into the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, as it is more commonly known. More broadly, while Churchill was not the first to use the term Iron Curtain regarding the Soviet dominance of much of Europe, the phrase having been used by the Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels in the last months of the Second World War, he did popularize it and make it a part of the wider Cold War terminology. Despite being out of power in Britain in the second half of the 1940s, Churchill continued to play a significant role in British politics as leader of the opposition. He continued to oppose India's independence, though it was granted in 1947. He correctly assumed that independence would lead to bitter divisions along both religious and social lines, and that a swift, disorderly creation of an independent Indian state would result in problems. His views on the Republic of Ireland were enlightened. He was vehemently opposed to the partition of the island and advocated in favour of the north of the country being joined to the Republic, albeit in a peaceful fashion. Had his words been heeded, the bitter civil war, which broke out in Northern Ireland in the 1960s and which lasted for 30 years, might have been avoided. In an address to the University of Zurich in 1947, Churchill urged Europeans to turn their backs on the horrors of the past and create a European family of justice, mercy, and freedom, perhaps even building a United States of Europe. He was an early advocate of British entry into the European coal and steel community, which was proposed in 1950 and established in 1951, with the goal of fostering free trade between France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. It would ultimately take over 20 years for Britain to realise it was falling hopelessly behind its neighbours in Western Europe economically, before Britain joined what was by then the European Economic Community. There was an Indian summer for Churchill politically. Despite failing to reclaim power from the Labour Party in the 1950 general election, Churchill retained the confidence of the Conservative Party as their leader. In any event, Labour had only won a bare majority of 5 seats in the election, and their leader, Clement Attlee, decided to call a new snap election in 1951 with the hope of winning a bigger majority. His calculation was wrong, and instead, the Conservatives increased their seat total by 23, giving Churchill a workable majority with which he could form a new government. Thus, over 6 years after vacating the post, Churchill returned as Prime Minister just shy of his 77th birthday. He was largely concerned with foreign affairs himself, and for a time held the portfolio of Minister for Defence. On the domestic front, the main concerns were with house building and a normalisation of society as spectres of the war, such as rationing, which continued right up to the end of the 1940s, came to an end. Churchill was aided in all of this by his near successor, Harold Macmillan, as Minister for Housing and Local Government. In 1953, Churchill received an honour which is often overlooked in studies of his life. That year, the Nobel Foundation in Sweden awarded Churchill with the Nobel Prize for Literature in recognition of, quote, his mastery of historical and biographical description as well as for brilliant oratory in defending exalted human values. By any reckoning, Churchill's published output was formidable by this point. His main works of historical analysis were his multi-volume biography of John Marlborough, a 6-volume study of the First World War and a 6-volume study of the Second World War, the final volume of which appeared in 1953 as he was being awarded the Nobel Prize. In addition to these, he published many other single-volume histories on various subjects and several memoirs of his own journeys through Africa. Dozens of volumes of his speeches were also compiled over the years, edited to some extent by his son Randolph. Churchill could not attend the ceremony in Stockholm to receive the award in person in 1953, but he was particularly proud of the fact that he had received it for his literary activity independent of his political career. He continued to write thereafter, and his 4-volume A History of the English-Speaking Peoples, published between 1956 and 1958, is broadly speaking considered one of his most accomplished historical studies, one which is still well regarded today. Ultimately, Churchill would not be able to see out his term as Prime Minister. Even by the time he entered 10 Downing Street in the early winter of 1951, his health was declining. It was informally accepted by a wide range of senior Conservative politicians that he would only serve for a year or two before handing over the reins to his designated successor as leader of the party, Anthony Eden. However, Eden had health problems of his own, and Churchill was markedly reluctant as 1952 turned into 1953 to actually relinquish power. Eventually, though, his own declining strength made the decision for him. In June 1953, Churchill suffered a stroke which left him with temporary paralysis on one side of his body. He was forced, as a result, to recuperate at his home in Chartwell for the next 6 months, but declined to resign as Prime Minister. Details of his deteriorating health were kept from the British public. Though he recovered significantly in 1954, he accepted the inevitable in 1955 and resigned as Prime Minister in April of that year, at which time he was granted a knighthood, refusing the loftier honour of becoming Duke of London, which Queen Elizabeth II had offered him. Despite being 80 years of age, he did not retire fully and continued to hold a seat in Parliament down to the 1960s, where he was recognised as Father of the House, the honorary title bestowed at Westminster on the longest-serving member of the House of Commons. In semi-retirement, Churchill played a limited role in frontline politics, spending much of his time at Chartwell in Kent and limiting his participation in the House of Commons. Nevertheless, he continued to comment in private on major political events. He was scathing of his successor Eden's handling of the Suez Crisis of 1956, following the Egyptian President Gamal Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal, in which Britain was a major stakeholder. During it, Israel, Britain and France collectively invaded Egypt, but were forced to back down under pressure from the Soviet Union, the US, and the United Nations. Churchill also bemoaned the loss of Britain's empire as it began granting independence to dozens of states from the late 1950s onwards. Privately, he spent much of his time in later years finishing some of his written works and painting at Chartwell, while he and his wife Clementine also travelled when they could, spending time along the French Riviera and in the United States. Churchill began to suffer a series of mounting health problems in the early 1960s. For instance, while vacationing in Monte Carlo in 1962, he fell and broke his hip. An awareness of his impending death saw President John F. Kennedy proclaim Churchill an honorary American citizen in 1963, and the following summer the House of Commons in the UK passed a special resolution thanking Churchill for his years of service as he elected not to stand for election as an MP again. By that time, he had sat in Parliament for 64 years, only losing his position during that time for a brief 2-year period in the early 1920s. He suffered another stroke on the 10th of January 1965 and died 2 weeks later, on the 24th of January, at 90 years of age. In recognition of his wide-ranging career, wartime leadership, and the significance of his public service, Churchill was given a state funeral, the first time an individual who was not a member of the royal family had been afforded the honour in Britain since 1898, when another former Prime Minister, William Gladstone, was given a state funeral. His coffin lay in state at Westminster for 3 days before the funeral was held at St Paul's Cathedral in central London. The ceremony was unusual for a former Prime Minister in that it was attended by Queen Elizabeth II. Afterwards, Churchill's body was conveyed by boat down the River Thames and sent to Oxfordshire, where he was buried near his family's ancestral seat at Blenheim Palace. Some months later, a memorial stone was placed near the tomb of the unknown warrior at Westminster to recognise Churchill's death and its coinciding with the anniversary of the Battle of Britain, when Churchill led the resistance to Nazi Germany. Winston Churchill was one of the most significant political figures of the 20th century. He is rightly primarily remembered for his leadership of Britain during the darkest days of the Second World War, when Britain alone, amongst the great powers, stood against Nazi Germany. However, his life involved so much else besides. In his earliest days, he was present in Sudan during the final stages of the British conquest of the region, and then served in South Africa during the Second Boer War. As a Member of Parliament back in Britain in the 1900s and 1910s, he was involved in the foremost political debates of the day, whether concerning the suffragette movement and free trade issue at home, or the Irish and India questions in terms of Britain's empire. During the First World War, he was in charge of the Royal Navy for a time, and controversially was responsible for initiating the disastrous Gallipoli campaign. Given the colourful nature of his wider life, one could be forgiven for forgetting that Churchill also ran the British economy as Chancellor of the Exchequer during much of the 1920s, while a great many people who are familiar with his speeches delivered in the summer of 1940 are completely unfamiliar with Churchill's enormous literary output and work as an historian, for which he won the Nobel Prize in 1953. Finally, in the aftermath of the Second World War, he played a major role in the post-war reconstruction of Britain and the inception of the Cold War. However, while no serious assessment of Churchill's life can doubt his significance to the history of the 20th century, there is less consensus when evaluating his legacy. Churchill was unquestionably a staunch imperialist, and his views in this regard could be seen to put him on the wrong side of history when it came to issues such as the use of paramilitary forces in Ireland during the War of Independence, the proposed use of chemical weapons in the Middle East in the early 1920s, and his attitudes towards the Indian independence movement. Some also claim that Churchill was a warmonger and placed his own personal ambitions above the needs of his country, whilst others state that in India he was responsible for war crimes, particularly in regards to the Bengal famine. All of these issues stand against Churchill, but there is also much to commend him to history. On many issues, his views were surprisingly modern. not least his advocacy of free trade, his eventual support for the suffragist movement, and his desire for Ireland not to be partitioned between a Republican South and a Unionist North. He was wholly correct in his perception of the threats posed by the rise of Hitler in the 1930s and the coming Cold War in 1945. Other aspects of his legacy are often completely overlooked, not least his abilities as an historian and a writer, and also his call for both the Boers and the Germans to be treated in a conciliatory fashion after the Second Boer War and the First World War. But it was his role as Britain's wartime leader in the dark days of 1940 which is unquestionably his greatest legacy. Had Churchill not convinced Parliament and the nation in 1940 that Britain needed to continue the struggle against Germany, the map of Europe in the second half of the 20th century would have looked very different. Without the Western Allies advancing from Britain into France and Western Germany, the Soviets would most likely have occupied the rest of the continent after they defeated Germany, and so the complexion of Europe's politics and the Cold War would have been completely different had it not been for Churchill's leadership. In that sense, much like his ancestor and hero John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, Winston Churchill changed the course of European history. Ultimately, the legacy of Sir Winston Churchill must be that he, more than any other human being, saved Europe and possibly the entire world from the horrific dictatorships of either Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin, whose crimes were 1,000-fold worse and more sinister than anything that occurred under the British Empire. His supporters argue that for this alone he should always be regarded as an international hero to all those who hold freedom dear, and it is impossible to argue that the world is a better place for the life of Winston Churchill, Britain's greatest Prime Minister. What do you think of Winston Churchill? Was he Britain's greatest Prime Minister, or do some of his failings at other times, such as the Gallipoli campaign and other mistakes and flaws, mitigate against such a contention? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Joseph Stalin was born Yosef Vissarionovich Djougashvili on the 18th of December 1878 in the eastern Georgian town of Gori. This was the 6th of December according to the old-style Julian calendar, which was still in operation in the Russian Empire at the time. Stalin was a pen name which Yosef adopted in his mid-30s. His father was Vissarion Djougashvili, a cobbler who, for a while, had a thriving business, though he failed to change with the times, and his shoes eventually became unfashionable, miring the family in poverty. Yosef's mother was Yekaterina Galadze, a devout Orthodox Christian who had married Vissarion at the age of 16 and went on to give birth to 3 sons, the 2 oldest of which both died in infancy, resulting in Yekaterina placing much of her hopes for the future in her only surviving son. Yosef's parents had a tempestuous relationship and often fought. When Yosef was 10, Yekaterina left Vissarion, as he was, by this time, an abusive alcoholic who would, on his infrequent visits home, beat his wife and son. To escape her husband, Yekaterina sought the help of a family friend named Yakov Egnatashvili, who had been the godfather of her 2 deceased sons. This enabled both mother and son to live in relative security for a time. To get by financially, Yekaterina undertook housework in the local area, including in the house of a priest named Christopore Charkviani. who in 1888 helped acquire a place for Yosef in the Gori Church School. He proved himself to be a capable student and quickly rose to the top of his class. Despite this upturn in fortune, Yosef narrowly survived a wave of the smallpox epidemic, one which left his face pockmarked. A much more drastic episode occurred when he was 12 and his left arm was mangled in the wheel of a horse-drawn cart. He was hospitalized for months and was left with limited use of his left arm for the rest of his life. After recovering, though, Yosef shone academically. He was soon recommended by his teacher to join the religious seminary at Tbilisi and was admitted in 1894. However, having arrived to the seminary, it soon became apparent that his path lay elsewhere after young Yosef declared that he did not believe in God, a crucial problem for any would-be priest. Instead, he began to read forbidden publications such as Nikolai Chernyshevsky's famous novel What is to be Done and the notorious Das Kapital by Karl Marx, of whom he subsequently became a great admirer. Yosef soon joined secret socialist workers' meetings within Georgia as resentment and anger was growing here at the oppression of the Russian Tsarist government. By the end of the 19th century, Russia had been ruled by the Tsars for 3.5 centuries, stretching back to Ivan the Terrible, who had proclaimed himself the first Tsar of all Russia in the middle of the 16th century. The Tsars were absolutist rulers, meaning that there was no tradition of a parliament or public representation in Russia. The country had been ruled instead by the Tsars in tandem with the powerful nobles and the Orthodox Church. Russia was a great power, though. Ivan had expanded outwards from the Duchy of Muscovy to conquer lands southwards to the Caspian Sea, and then successors, like Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, had conquered large parts of Ukraine and southwards to the Caucasus. The Napoleonic Wars had marked the Russian Empire's transition to great power status, and by the second half of the 19th century, it was seeking to expand into the Balkans to replace the ailing Ottoman Empire as the main power there, while a rivalry had developed in Central Asia with Britain for influence in Persia and Afghanistan. Despite this great power status, domestically Russia was very backwards. The empire's economy was based almost entirely on agriculture, and serfdom had only been abolished in 1861. Tsar Alexander II had attempted wide-ranging reforms prior to his assassination in 1881, but his successor, Alexander III, was a reactionary who doubled down on autocracy. By the time Nicholas II had come to the throne in 1894, major new movements were destabilizing the country. Cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg were industrializing, and this was leading to an influx of radical socialist and communist thought, combined with new indigenous political movements like the anarchists. Many people within these groups and within wider society wanted political representation and a drastic overhaul of Russian society to pull it firmly into the modern age and out of the medieval habits and traditions that it was still mired in. Yet Tsar Nicholas II was the wrong man for this time. He was not a malicious character, but he was weak-willed and of limited abilities, a figure who could not grasp what Russia's problems were and how he might begin to address them. This was the political, social, and economic backdrop against which Yosef would begin his political rise in the early 20th century. In 1899, Yosef began working as a meteorologist in Tbilisi. His virulent opposition to the Tsarist autocratic government was evolving during this period, and he also began giving speeches at meetings of local workers and clandestine groups that were speaking out against the political system in Russia. These inevitably attracted the attention of the Tsarist secret police known as the Okhrana. He also joined the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, or RSDLP, in 1899, a left-wing socialist movement that had been founded in 1898 and which would eventually become the Russian Communist Party. After he became a member, Josep began infiltrating workers' groups in order to stir up opposition from within them to the government. He developed a reputation for being willing to use violence and illegal methods, engaging in theft and criminality to help fund his own and the party's activities in Georgia. Once the authorities homed in on him in 1901, he left for Batumi on the coast of the Black Sea, where he again organized protests, at one of which many people were shot by the local police. A year later, he was involved in the instigation of an attack on a local prison where several party leaders were being detained, during which over a dozen of the attackers were killed. After he organized yet another protest on the day of his comrades' funerals, he was arrested and sentenced in 1903 to 3 years' exile in Siberia, the cold, desolate region of Russia east of the Ural Mountains. Josep had no intention of respecting the terms of his exile, and he soon managed to escape and headed back west to Tbilisi. There he helped edit an underground newspaper which advocated for the Georgian branch of the RSDLP to split off from the Russian branches of the party and seek Georgian independence. This coincided with a split within the RSDLP, after leading members of the party in exile in Western Europe divided into the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, and the Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks were the more hard-line wing, who only wanted committed political revolutionaries joining the movement, while the Mensheviks sought a wider base of support. Josep gravitated towards the Bolsheviks. In 1905, during a period of revolutionary activity throughout the Russian Empire, brought about by a massacre of peaceful protesters in St. Petersburg by the Tsarist government on the 22nd of January 1905, Josep established himself as the leader of a squad of Bolshevik fighters in Georgia. In the period that followed, he and his group effectively became a criminal gang, engaging in robberies, attacks on government buildings, and other illicit activity. Still, it had the desired effect of making him one of the leading Bolsheviks in Georgia, and in November 1905, he was dispatched to represent the region at the party's congress in Stockholm in Sweden. In the years that followed, he continued his operations as a leader of a Bolshevik gang and paramilitary unit, gaining notoriety and a degree of respect amongst the Bolshevik leadership. The most infamous incident during this time was his organization of the Tiflis bank robbery on the 26th of June 1907, a crime in which dozens of people were killed and 250,000 rubles were stolen. In the winter of 1909, he was once again exiled to Siberia, though he yet again escaped and returned to Georgia. In 1912, Josep was asked by Lenin to join the Bolshevik Central Committee, which he agreed to, but he was then later that year arrested once again and sent into exile. As ever, he soon escaped and went underground in St. Petersburg. There he contributed to the foundation of the Bolshevik newspaper Pravda, meaning truth. He would be an editor and contributor to it in its first years. It was whilst working on this newspaper that Josep started to use the pseudonym Stalin, meaning steel. This, along with the anglicization of his first name, resulted in the version of his name that the whole world knows today, Joseph Stalin. Indeed, it was the editorship of Pravda that brought Stalin to the attention of the wider Bolshevik movement. It also cemented his position as one of Lenin's right-hand men, a figure who continued to live in exile in Western Europe and relied on operatives like Stalin to function as his eyes and ears in Russia itself. By the time of the outbreak of the First World War in the late summer of 1914, Stalin was one of the most influential men in the Bolshevik movement. He was, though, yet again in exile, having been sent this time to the Arctic regions of Russia by the government in 1913. When the war broke out in 1914, consideration was given to forcing him to enlist in the Russian army, but he was excused service owing to the disability in his left arm. These were turbulent years in Stalin's personal life too. By this time he had already been through one marriage. Back in 1905, he had been introduced by a revolutionary colleague, Alexander Svanidze, to his sister Yekaterina Svanidze. Stalin married her the following year, and they had a son named Yakov, early in 1907. However, Yekaterina died just a few months later in November 1907, probably from typhus obtained from drinking contaminated water. Stalin was deeply affected by her passing. According to some reports, he had contemplated taking his own life, and stated at her funeral that, quote, "With her died my last warm feelings for humanity." This contrasts sharply with other reports that he had been physically abusive towards her. Yakov was raised by Yekaterina's wider family thereafter. Now in exile in the mid-1910s, Stalin began a relationship with Lydia Pereprigina, a resident of the hamlet of Kurega, that he was banished to. Stalin was 35 years old and she was 14. She became pregnant before long, and although this first pregnancy resulted in a miscarriage, she later gave birth to an illegitimate child of Stalin's named Alexander. By then, Stalin had returned to Western Russia, and although he knew of Alexander's existence, they never met. By the time Alexander was born, Stalin had just met a 17-year-old girl named Nadezhda Alliluyeva. They married in 1919 and would have 2 children, a boy named Vasily, born in 1921, and a daughter, Svetlana, born in 1926. Whilst Stalin was in exile, a great wave of political change began to strike Russia. The army's disastrous performance on the Eastern Front against Germany in late 1916 and early 1917 led to the conservative February Revolution of 1917 in St. Petersburg, which culminated in Nicholas II being forced to abdicate the Russian throne. He was then replaced by a provisional government headed by Alexander Kerensky, but the new regime's grip over the country was still relatively weak, meaning that the influence of the far left in the shape of the Bolsheviks and other groups like the Mensheviks continued to grow unchecked over the coming months. In this environment, Lenin made his way back to Russia from Switzerland, while Stalin quickly slipped away from his exile and returned to St. Petersburg, which had been renamed Petrograd during the war. Over the next few months, Lenin, in conjunction with figures like Stalin and Leon Trotsky, a Jewish Russian Bolshevik intellectual, planned a revolution in Petrograd. They launched this on the 25th of October 1917, according to the old-style calendar, though it was the 7th of November elsewhere in Europe. The October Revolution resulted in the overthrow of the conservative government and the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in Petrograd, Moscow, and other cities. The capital of the newly created Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic was moved back to the traditional Russian capital, Moscow. From here, figures like Stalin were involved in the first stages of the Russian Civil War and also organizing peace terms with the Germans so that the Bolsheviks could exit the First World War and concentrate on consolidating their position at home in Russia. A ceasefire was agreed with Germany on the 15th of December 1917, and hostilities with the Central Powers then formally ceased with the signing of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk on the 3rd of March 1918. At home, there was fierce resistance to the new Bolshevik government. Opponents of Lenin and the new Soviet-style regime came from many different groups, from the Mensheviks to conservatives and regional groups like the Cossacks of Ukraine and the Finns, who hoped to benefit from the war by winning independence from the Russian state. These opponents of the regime collectively became known as the Whites, who fought the Red Army of the Bolsheviks. The conflict would be fought for half a decade, bringing much hardship, including a terrible famine in the early 1920s that killed millions of Russians. During it, Stalin was sent to the city of Tsaritsyn, present-day Volgograd. He organized the defense of this key city on the river Volga in southwestern Russia. His methods were extreme and included the mass destruction of villages in the wider region to deprive the whites of resources. Many within the Bolshevik movement disapproved of his approach. Years later, Stalin would rename the city Stalingrad. In their campaign against the whites, the Bolsheviks had started to use methods which far outweighed the repressive and brutal nature of the Tsarist regime. It is clear that one of the most relentless advocates of the policy of terror was Stalin. Perhaps the most famous example of the increasingly ruthless approach the communists employed came on the 17th of July 1918, when the former Tsar Nicholas II and his wife and children were executed by the Bolsheviks at Yekaterinburg, where they were being held. During the latter stages of the Russian Civil War, Stalin was appointed to numerous commands, in which he proved to be authoritative and ruthless in dealing with deserters, and was ultimately rewarded by the government with the Order of the Red Banner for his services to the communist cause. He was also involved in the Polish-Soviet War, which had started when the newly re-established Republic of Poland had sought to capitalize on the state of upheaval within Russia in order to expand its eastern frontier. By 1922, it was clear that the Civil War would end in Bolshevik victory, though fighting continued intermittently in some places into 1923. The Bolsheviks lost large parts of the Russian Empire, including Poland, the Baltic Sea states, and Finland, though they retained control over Ukraine and the Caucasus. These were formed into the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. The Civil War had caused massive disruption and upheaval across Russia. In response to the death, dislocation, and famine, Lenin had made economic concessions in 1921. Known as the New Economic Policy, the program was a temporary drift away from communist principles in allowing private ownership of goods and industry and a free market to operate. This was undertaken in order to stabilize the war-ravaged economy of Russia. However, it was unpopular with many ideological purists, such as Trotsky within the Soviet government, who argued that the state should control all worker activity and output. Stalin supported Lenin in these temporary measures, an action which made him increasingly powerful as the Civil War came to an end in 1922 and 1923. He was hence able to gain election as the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in April 1922, a position of considerable power within the new government which placed him in charge of party membership, along with disciplinarian duties. This role also gave Stalin a foothold in virtually every aspect of the governance of Russia. It ensured he was able to gather information on potential enemies, and he then gradually and quietly began to accumulate more and more power. Then, in May 1922, Lenin suffered a severe stroke which left him partially paralyzed and bedridden. In the months that followed, Stalin tried to control access to Lenin and started taking over a range of his responsibilities. Soon after this, Lenin began to complain to his wife about Stalin, fearing his excessive ambition and the ruthlessness with which he pursued power. He consequently dictated a document that is now known as Lenin's Testament. In this, he urged reform within the party's ruling elite and criticized its leaders. Most importantly, he recommended that Stalin should be removed from his position as General Secretary. Lenin wanted his testament to be read out at the 12th Party Congress in April 1923, but Stalin had the document suppressed and did not allow it to be released to subordinate party members. By then, Lenin was almost completely incapacitated after suffering multiple further strokes. He eventually died on the 21st of January 1924, and the major figures within the Soviet regime then began to vie with one another for control of the Communist Party. Stalin, as General Secretary, began to position himself as one of the leading candidates to succeed his former master. Stalin's foremost rival in this power struggle was Leon Trotsky, a major communist thinker who had been responsible for forming the Red Army into a fighting force capable of winning the Civil War. Initially, Trotsky seemed to be the favorite to succeed Lenin as the leader of the government. However, in the course of 1924 and 1925, Stalin outflanked him by forming a triumvirate of more right-leaning Soviet leaders, along with Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. Together they marginalized Trotsky in the mid-1920s. Stalin then turned on them and used his growing control over the party apparatus to bring in other individuals to the Politburo and the central government who supported him unflinchingly. Trotsky was removed from his position as the People's Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs in January of 1925. Then he was expelled from the Central Committee in October 1927, banished to Kazakhstan, and later from the Soviet Union altogether in 1929. During his exile, Trotsky became the figurehead of international socialist opposition to his old rival, and went on to write numerous books and articles condemning his former comrade. Eventually, Stalin ordered his secret services to assassinate his arch-enemy, which succeeded after Trotsky was attacked with an ice axe by a Soviet agent at his house in Mexico City. After being taken to hospital, he died from his injuries on the 21st of August 1940. With Trotsky out of the way, Stalin consolidated his grip on power. He still faced some opposition, especially from Nikolai Bukharin. Like Trotsky, Bukharin was a prominent Marxist theorist who had reservations about the kinds of policies Stalin began to pursue from 1927 onwards. He managed to win some support from Zinoviev and Kamenev, and also from Lenin's widow Nadezhda Krupskaya. Stalin eventually moved against them by labeling them as a new right opposition on the right of the party. In any event, they were never able to win over the support of a large proportion of the party. Zinoviev was soon expelled from the party, like Trotsky, Bukharin was completely demoted. Nadezhda retained a position within the Soviet education sector into the 1930s, her position as Lenin's widow protecting her to a considerable degree, though she died under somewhat suspicious circumstances in 1939, with some suspecting Stalin's involvement. Thus, by 1927, Stalin was the de facto head of the Soviet Union, and any remaining opposition was demoted or removed entirely from the party in 1928 and 1929. The man who had come to power as Lenin's successor was a complex figure. It would be easy to dismiss him as a tyrannical powermonger who wasn't wedded to any ideology other than his own accumulation of power. This was one facet of him, but there was more to his personality, ideology, and psychology. He was a communist, or at least conceived of himself as such, and was determined to create a socialist and communist state in Russia. This can be viewed as distinct from the communist theories of the 19th century. Marx, Friedrich Engels, and others wrote about theoretical socialist ideas that they imagined could be applied to Britain, Germany, France, or Belgium. In Russia, figures like Stalin ran into the reality of trying to apply their theoretical concepts in a country with a political culture of autocracy and violence stretching back centuries. Stalin's desire to apply what he believed were communist principles was reflected in his written output. He wrote and published many books and papers on communist theory. In them, he demonstrated a considerable knowledge of Marxist theory and a capacity to reflect on the Soviet Union's level of development towards communism. He was not an intellectual in the same vein as Trotsky, and this was possibly one of the reasons why he disliked his rival so much. Yet he was still an intelligent figure, though one seemingly devoid of any ethical restraint or moral compass. In many ways, as leader of the Soviet Union, he was the same as the figure who worked for the party in Georgia in the late 1800s and early 1910s, a would-be communist who mixed revolutionary ambitions with running a criminal gang. We get a good sense of Stalin's intellectual and personal world from assessing his library, something which has been the subject of an extensive recent study. Stalin owned somewhere in the region of 20,000 books. These were not simply volumes that he had someone working in his office accumulate and put on a shelf to make it seem to visitors that he was well read. Many of the books in question contain marginal annotations by Stalin that he made as he read them, and he was known to read several books every week. When he died in 1953, his desk was covered with stacks of books. His tastes were wide-ranging. Beyond the obligatory corpus of Marxist and communist writings, he was an avid reader of the classics of Russian literature by Alexander Pushkin, Leo Tolstoy, and others, while he was a fan of Shakespeare, Victor Hugo, and Daniel Defoe, gifting his adopted son a copy of Robinson Crusoe. His marginal annotations were often basic, writing his agreements with certain points made, or, at other times, writing things like rubbish or gibberish when he disagreed with a point being made. Although his copies of Fyodor Dostoevsky's books are lost, we know he was a critic of his view of Russian society. In a revelatory act, Stalin once underlined a quote that was attributed to Genghis Khan in a book in which the Mongol warlord stated that in order to establish peace of mind after a victory, the defeated had to be vanquished utterly. It was exactly what he had done with Trotsky and would do with his other remaining rivals in the 1930s. The foremost question confronting the Soviet Union as Stalin consolidated his position in the mid-1920s was the country's future economic policy. The new economic policy that Lenin had pursued in his last years had only ever been a temporary expedient, one which most of those who oversaw it did not like, and which had capitalist elements. Now, with peace and stability restored, there was room to begin implementing ambitious policies to transform Russia's economy towards a communist one. To this end, in 1928, Stalin began the first five-year plan. The concept of a five-year plan had originated with Trotsky, who first proposed it in 1925. Stalin accepted the validity of the approach and pursued it. The goal of the first five-year plan, which would operate down to 1932, was to rapidly expand the industrial economy of the Soviet Union. At the time of the revolution in 1917, Russia had a number of cities with a considerable industrial capacity, but the USSR was still a resoundingly agricultural and rural society. Heavy industry of any kind hardly existed east of the river Volga. The first five-year plan sought to expand things like steel and coal production at a very quick rate. This would be achieved by introducing efficiencies into the agriculture sector by developing large state-run collective farms that would require less labor to produce larger amounts of food, thus freeing up rural farmers to move to the cities and work in the new factories. This was the basic theory which underpinned the first five-year plan. If it is viewed solely from the perspective of the increase in industrial capacity across the USSR, there is no doubt that the first five-year plan was considerably successful. The number of industrial factory workers doubled from around 3 million to 6 million, while large factories and plants were established to increase production of basic commodities like steel and iron, and manufactured goods like automobiles and tractors, as well as the extraction of raw materials like coal, oil, and copper. The Soviets were not dogmatic in how they approached this. They invited industrial experts from the US and Western Europe into Russia to provide technical expertise. For instance, the Stalingrad tractor plant, in what is now Volgograd, was built by Albert Kahn Associates, the firm that had worked closely with Henry Ford in developing his automobile factories in Detroit. Production and output of everything increased in the late 1920s and early 1930s. There has been much emphasis placed since on Soviet propaganda and the way that it exaggerated the scale of industrial improvement at this time. But while there was a lot of propaganda, there was also a substantial amount of truth underlying the claims being made. Iron production, for instance, doubled by 1932. Another knock-on effect was a steady increase in literacy levels. Stalin's government was anxious that the workers of tomorrow would be able to take courses on things like manufacturing and increase their technical knowledge. They would need to be able to read to do so. Where literacy levels in Russia were little above 20% of the population in 1900, nearly 90% of people were literate in 1940. The average visitor to Moscow, Leningrad or Kiev in the late 1920s and early 1930s would have seen posters encouraging men and women alike to learn to read. This was the positive side of the first five-year plan and Stalin's early time in charge. There was no shortage of negative elements as well. While industrial productivity had expanded and industrial policy would continue to flourish in the USSR for decades to come, the policy of farm collectivization initially led to immense suffering. Part of the goal here was to break the economic power of the kulaks, a class of wealthy peasants who owned extensive farms and livestock. These were perceived as opponents of the regime and individuals who had profited from the abolition of serfdom in 1861 at the expense of the average agricultural worker. Stalin developed a particular ideological objection to the kulaks, though his designation of who was a kulak was very loose. Consequently, the collectivization strategy involved taking land and herds away from both wealthy and middling farmers and forming these into huge collective farms, where farm machinery such as that being produced at the new Stalingrad tractor factory was introduced. The scale of collectivization was huge. Over 50% of Russian peasants were operating within collective farms by 1931. Often this was achieved through coercion and violence. People were forced into what were little better than labor camps. Many did not know what was happening and believed that these strange bureaucrats from Moscow, with their unusual ideas about a thing called communism, were forcing them back into the serfdom that their grandfathers had been liberated from 70 years earlier. The collectivization strategy was not just difficult for those who had little option but to accept what the state dictated to them. It would also end very badly in the short run. Often the collective farms were being overseen by Soviet officials who had grown up in the cities of the West and who knew little about farming. In some cases, yields fell as the system was introduced. More worryingly, Stalin and his advisors decided that the best way to facilitate the industrial program was to manage how agriculture produce was distributed in order to favor urban communities. This had catastrophic consequences. Between 1930 and 1933, famine struck much of the USSR. The region running from Ukraine eastwards through southwestern Russia and the Caucasus and into Kazakhstan was the epicenter of it. As agricultural workers were pulled away from the new collective farms, and Stalin issued orders for the kulaks to be liquidated as a social and economic class, agricultural output fell dramatically. Even when it became clear what was happening, the policy of prioritizing urban, industrial communities for grain distribution was continued. As people began starving to death in the countryside, many fled into the towns and cities. The famine followed them as the supplies here were consumed. It is estimated that anywhere between 4 and 9 million people died in total. The death toll was especially large in Ukraine, where these events are known as the Holodomor, death by hunger, and Stalin bears considerable guilt for executing policies which killed so many and for failing to respond in a humane way once it became apparent what was happening in Ukraine and southern Russia. It was during the Holodomor in Ukraine and the wider famine that Stalin's personal affairs took a controversial turn. He had remained married to his second wife, Nadezhda, throughout the 1920s and his rise to absolute power. Their family extended beyond their 2 biological children. In 1921, Stalin's son from his first marriage, Yakov, who by then was 14 years old, joined them in Moscow, while they also adopted Artyom Sergeyev, the infant son of Fyodor Sergeyev, a friend of Stalin's and a senior Bolshevik, who died testing the Aerowagon, an experimental Russian high-speed train, in the summer of 1921. Despite the surface image of a happy nuclear family, Stalin and Nadezhda argued frequently, often owing to his possible infidelities and frequent prolonged absences from home. She also suffered from bouts of depression and ill health. All of these issues came to a head at a celebration to commemorate the 15th anniversary of the October Revolution, held in Moscow in early November 1932. At the reception, Stalin and his wife flung insults at each other. She had seemingly learned of the famine that was occurring in Ukraine and southern Russia, and the worsening of it by her husband's policies. Stalin was drunk and openly flirted with another woman. Then, on the morning of the 9th of November, Nadezhda was found dead, having seemingly shot herself in the heart. Stalin was disturbed by this turn of events, and it is generally accepted that she did take her own life. But the circumstances of her death were not made public. It was simply noted that she had died unexpectedly. Stalin's relationship with his children was strained for the rest of his life. He was closest to his daughter Svetlana, though when she developed a teenage crush on a filmmaker named Alexei, Stalin had him sent into exile in Siberia. Svetlana would famously defect to the United States in 1967 and only died in Wisconsin in 2011. 1932 could be viewed as a turning point in Stalin's life and rule over the Soviet Union in more ways than one. As ruthless as his takeover of power had been in the 1920s, it had few casualties. Conversely, what Stalin engaged in during the mid to late 1930s was unprecedented in how repressive and totalitarian it was. From its earliest days, the Soviet system had included a secret police and labor camps. These were features of Russia's political culture and extended back to the 16th century when Ivan the Terrible had created one of history's first secret police forces. The Cheka and Secret Police was set up in December 1917, and the main Directorate of Correctional Labor Camps was founded not long after. The latter became known as the Gulag, an abbreviation of its name. Stalin expanded his camp system far and wide. Anyone who was in any way deemed a threat to the regime or Soviet principles was liable to find themselves sent to labor camps in Siberia and the frozen Arctic, the very places Stalin had been sent so regularly in his younger years. The 1930s saw the system reach a level of severity not previously seen. Overall, between 1930 and the end of Stalin's rule in 1953, over 4 million people were sent to the Gulag camps. Furthermore, the conditions were much worse than had been the case under the Tsarist system of Siberian exile. Stalin survived his spells in the frozen east and north. Over 1.5 million of the people sent to the Gulag camps by Stalin's government between 1930 and 1953 did not. Many of those who ended up in the Gulag camps were victims of the Great Purge, which Stalin orchestrated between 1936 and 1938, the peak of which came in 1937. This was undertaken by Stalin in an effort to cement his control over the Soviet Union, though it is hard to see how he perceived that there was any real threat to his position by the mid-1930s, beyond general discontent with elements of Soviet economic policy. The Great Purge began with efforts to root out any possible opponents from within the senior members of the communist political establishment. It then expanded outwards to local officials and provincial party members. Soon the Red Army was being systematically scoured for imaginary enemies. The final stages of the Great Purge were still underway when the Second World War began, with Nikolai Yezhov, for instance, a figure who had overseen many of the purges on Stalin's behalf, being executed in February 1940 as his master turned on him too, attempting to blame his underlings for excesses. In total, over a period of 2¼ years between the summer of 1936 and late 1938, upwards of 750,000 people were executed, and hundreds of thousands more were sent to the camps or otherwise punished. An unexpected consequence of this was that the Red Army was deprived of some of its best generals and divisional commanders, just as the USSR was about to head into the largest war in human history. The most notorious element of Stalin's Great Purge was the Moscow show trials. These were a series of staged trials held in Moscow between 1936 and 1938, in which the Great Purge was justified by dragging Stalin's old enemies from the Trotskyite faction and right opposition in the 1920s out of retirement and obscurity, and placing them on trial in public in the capital. Amongst those that Stalin ordered to be placed on trial in this manner were Grigory Zinoviev and Lev Kamenev, the two figures who had aided his rise to power back in the mid-1920s and then had been violently ostracized by him from the Politburo, as well as Nikolai Bukharin. Many of these men made elaborate confessions when questioned on the stand. The manner in which they implicated themselves shocked international observers and inspired Arthur Koestler to write Darkness at Noon, one of the great novels of the 20th century. Yet the motivations of those who confessed to all manner of invented crimes are hardly too mysterious. They were told by Stalin that if they played along with the trials in public, he would spare their lives. As soon as the trials were over, they were all executed in the basement of the prison they were being detained in. As the Great Purge was underway, the second 5-year plan was coming to a conclusion. This had been initiated straight after the first 5-year plan by Stalin and ran to 1937. It was followed immediately afterwards by the third 5-year plan, which was interrupted in 1941 by the German invasion of the Soviet Union. Both of these continued to see steady improvements in industrial productivity, and by the end of the 1930s, the USSR was beginning to catch up with Germany in many elements of heavy industry. Moreover, the agrarian catastrophes of the first 5-year plan were not repeated. Stalin, who had once attended a religious seminary, ordered a major attack on the Orthodox Church through the second plan, and the mass confiscation of church land. Incentives were introduced to encourage factory workers to increase their productivity. All of this met with considerable success. The Russian economy would not have been capable of the level of industrial productivity that allowed it to defeat the Nazis in the Second World War, had it been so invaded in Tsarist times. Moreover, the groundwork was laid in the 3 decades between the mid-1920s and Stalin's death in 1953 for the excellent growth rates which the Soviet economy sustained through the 1950s and 1960s. It was only in the mid-1970s when systemic issues emerged within the economic planning of the Soviet system that the economy of the USSR began to stagnate. So what did all this amount to? The peculiar mix of 5-year plans that were much more effective than many observers would like to admit, the brutal manner in which end goals justified draconian means, the ruthless centralization of power in the hands of one person, and the near-total crackdown on any political or social opposition. Historians in the second half of the 20th century were uncomfortable with describing this simply as communism. In light of this, the term Stalinism was developed as early as the 1930s, though Stalin himself disliked the word and it only entered wide usage after his death. Essentially, Stalinism combined elements of communism and Leninism into a new system, which was suffused with a ruthless application of policy and a dictatorial centralization of power. Within Stalinism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which earlier communist theorists had written about, became the dictatorship of Stalin and Stalin alone. Things like famine, mass arrests, show trials, ethnic cleansing, and mass murder were all presented as necessary evils on the road to communism, while a pervasive cult of leadership suffused Soviet society. Stalinism was communism crossed with a leadership cult that had no moral barometer. Stalinism would soon be pitched against the other political ideology that emerged in Europe in the interwar period. Fascism had first emerged in Italy in 1922, though it is with Germany that it will forever be associated. The Nazis had claimed power there in 1933, and had immediately set about trying to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had dismantled the German Empire in 1919 and severely curtailed Germany's strength as a European nation. Fascism was a complicated ideology. A large number of the fascist leaders in Italy, Germany, and elsewhere had previously been involved in communist movements in their countries before becoming fascists, and indeed, the Nazis conceived of themselves as National Socialists. This early entanglement with communism had led to a bitter rivalry, and the Nazis perceived the Bolsheviks of Russia as being their main ideological enemy, a legacy of the running street battles that had been fought between German communists and right-wing groups in Berlin, Munich, and other cities back during the German Revolution of 1919. As the Nazis expanded to aggressively annex Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939, it appeared inevitable that someday the Germans and the Soviets would end up at war. The world was consequently shocked to learn that on the 23rd of August 1939, the Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, who Stalin had only appointed 3 months earlier, had negotiated a major diplomatic agreement with his German counterpart Joachim von Ribbentrop. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact laid out a non-aggression agreement between the two nations and paved the way for the Nazis to invade Poland 9 days later. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact could just as easily have been called the Hitler-Stalin Pact. To the rest of the world, it was simply a non-aggression agreement, but secret clauses were included and kept private. These allowed for Hitler to conquer the bulk of Poland, while Stalin was to be allowed to occupy the eastern sections of Poland, the Baltic states of Latvia, Estonia, and much of Lithuania, as well as Finland. In essence, this was an agreement between the Nazi and Soviet dictators, whereby they would conquer most of the lands in Eastern Europe, which the German Empire and the Russian Empire had lost at the end of the First World War, and in the course of the Russian Civil War. The Nazis invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, triggering the Second World War, as Britain and France declared war on Germany 2 days later in response. Just over 2 weeks later, on the 17th of September, Stalin ordered his forces into eastern Poland to make good on his claims thereto. It wasn't until the following year, in the summer of 1940, that Stalin implemented measures to occupy the Baltic states, while Soviet troops also occupied the provinces of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina in the northern parts of Romania in late June and early July 1940. Stalin had been slow in implementing the terms of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact when it came to the Baltic states. The delay was partly because the Nazi invasion of the Low Countries and France in May 1940 had provided a smokescreen for Stalin to do so. More importantly, he had been distracted by events elsewhere. After the conquest of eastern Poland in the autumn of 1939, the Soviet Red Army had turned its attentions to Finland. Stalin ordered his troops over the border into the country on the 30th of November 1939. It had been expected that what became known as the Winter War would be a short, sharp affair, one in which the might of the Red Army would quickly conquer Finland, a country of just 3.7 million people. The Soviet dictator began to receive frustrating reports within days. The Finns were proving unusually resilient and were engaged in a guerrilla war that included homemade incendiary devices which they ironically named Molotov cocktails, in recognition that their country was being invaded because of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. The Winter War would drag on until mid-March, when peace terms were agreed, whereby Finland ceded less than 10% of its territory to the USSR. The conflict highlighted the weaknesses of the Red Army, many of which were self-inflicted. The Great Purge of the 1930s had seen many of Russia's foremost generals ousted or killed by Stalin. He only had himself to blame now that his armed forces were failing to defeat small nations like Finland on the battlefield. The deficiencies in the leadership and fighting capabilities of the Red Army would become much more serious in the summer of 1941. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact had established a treaty of non-aggression between Germany and the USSR for 10 years. Having conquered Western Europe in less than 7 weeks in May and June 1940, the Nazis had initiated the Battle of Britain. But Hitler soon grew weary of trying to bludgeon the British into submission and turned his attention eastwards. Here was the real ideological foe as far as the Nazi dictator was concerned. Only through war with the Soviet Union would the Lebensraum, or living space, which was so central to Nazi political and racial ideology, be made available. Accordingly, he began preparing Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, whereby 3 million men would invade Stalin's nation on the 22nd of June 1941. A great criticism which was levelled against Stalin, in his own time and ever since, concerned the lacklustre manner in which he prepared for the Nazi invasion. It was very peculiar. He was convinced that the Germans were not going to do so for some time, and ignored intelligence reports which demonstrated that millions of German military personnel were clearly being massed in Poland for the invasion of the Soviet Union. It is possible there was an element of wishful thinking here. The debacle of the Winter War had dented Stalin's confidence in the Red Army, and on the 13th of April 1941 he had agreed to a non-aggression pact with the Empire of Japan, an ally of Germany's, in the hope that this would delay any potential Nazi offensive. It didn't, and on the 22nd of June 1941, Operation Barbarossa commenced. The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union went as badly as it possibly could have for Stalin in the first 3.5 months. Eastern Poland and Belarus were quickly overrun, and the German army group south moved quickly into Ukraine. Large-scale encirclements of detachments of the Red Army led to the capture of hundreds of thousands of Soviet prisoners of war in July, August and September, while thousands of Russian tanks and airplanes were captured. Kyiv fell in late September. By October, the race was on to capture Moscow and Leningrad before the worst of the Russian winter set in. Stalin's response to all of this was not immediately good. It has been argued that he suffered some sort of temporary psychological collapse following the German invasion, one which meant that it was Molotov rather than Stalin who addressed the Russian people via radio shortly after the invasion to alert them to what was happening. One version of events also has it that in the first weeks of the campaign, Stalin was in talks with the Bulgarian ambassador in Moscow, Ivan Stamenov, to see if the Bulgarians would act as intermediaries to broker peace terms. It is believed Stalin pondered the possibility of relinquishing eastern Poland and much of Ukraine and Belarus to the Nazis in return for peace. The veracity of this has never been 100% established, as much of the evidence of such talks would have been comprehensively destroyed in the years that followed. What is clear is that while Stalin's initial reaction to the invasion by the Nazis was not ideal, he quickly kicked into action. Within days of the invasion, he issued an order that the Red Army was to engage in scorched earth tactics, whereby crops were to be burned, and everything that could be of value to the enemy was to be either destroyed or removed before the Nazis could claim it. In this, he was mimicking the actions of the Russians during the Napoleonic invasion of Russia in 1812. On the 30th of June 1941, he established the State Defense Committee to manage the war effort centrally, with himself as Supreme Commander. Other measures involved mobilizing vast parts of the Soviet population to begin working in munitions and armaments factories, while the women of Moscow were co-opted into digging defensive earthworks around the city in the autumn of 1941. As the months went by, Stalin grew into the position of wartime leader and offered effective leadership of the Soviet Union during what became known to Russians as the Great Patriotic War. His leadership was not pleasant by any means. Atrocities were committed against collaborators, recruits to the Red Army were treated as cannon fodder, and the NKVD and other security branches conducted a relentless propaganda war against their own people. But ultimately, Moscow and Leningrad held out against the Nazi assault, and more than anywhere, the Second World War was won by the Soviets on the Eastern Front. A sign of how ruthless Stalin could be was the case of his own son from his first marriage. Yakov was captured on the front lines in mid-July 1941. When Stalin learned of this, he expressed dismay that he had not killed himself before being captured. He even had Yakov's wife temporarily arrested. Stalin would eventually refuse to negotiate terms for the return of his son to Russia, and he died at Sachsenhausen concentration camp in April 1943. By then, the war had turned. The focus of it in the second half of 1942 had switched to the city that bore Stalin's own name. Stalingrad, on the Volga River, was considered the key to the oil fields of the Caucasus. Hitler ordered a large assault on the city in the late summer of 1942, the belief now being that depriving the Soviets of their oil sources might be the only way to achieve victory in the war after the United States had joined the conflict in December 1941. Stalin issued Order No. 227 on the 28th of July 1942 in response. In this, he issued the famous instruction, "Not a step back." Henceforth, the Red Army was to hold firm and not surrender Stalingrad to the enemy. One of the bloodiest military clashes in history followed, during which the Germans nearly secured control over the city in September 1942, but the Red Army fought back in October and in November launched Operation Uranus. Through this, the German Sixth Army was encircled. With their supplies cut off and no possibility of major reinforcement, the Sixth Army was defeated at the end of January 1943. With this, Soviet victory on the Eastern Front became something of an inevitability, though it would take 2.5 more years of bitter fighting before the Germans were pushed all the way back to Berlin. During that 2.5-year period, Stalin was attending a growing number of Allied conferences and war summits. The most important were those held at Tehran in Iran in late November 1943, at Yalta in the Crimea in February 1945, and at Potsdam in Germany in the summer of 1945, after the Germans were defeated. During these, the post-war settlement of Europe was debated and negotiated over between Stalin, Churchill, and President Roosevelt of the United States. Stalin had a surprisingly good working relationship with Roosevelt. He and Churchill clashed frequently. A major source of tension was the post-war status of Poland, Greece, and several other countries. Stalin pushed for these countries, which the Red Army was liberating, to be spheres of Soviet influence after the war. Churchill would eventually win out when it came to Greece, though Poland would fall into the Soviet sphere by dint of being wholly occupied by the Red Army in the course of the second half of 1944. Beyond these discussions, Stalin pushed consistently for the opening of new fronts by the Western Allies in Southern and Western Europe to take some pressure off the Soviets on the Eastern Front. It was also agreed that the USSR would not declare war yet on the Empire of Japan, but would do so within 3 months of the defeat of Nazi Germany. By the time Stalin met with Churchill and Roosevelt at Yalta in February 1945, the Western Allies were entering the Rhineland in Western Germany, while the soldiers of the Red Army were moving towards Berlin. They encircled the city, and in April the battle for the capital of the Third Reich commenced. On the 30th of April, Hitler took his own life, and his nominated successor, Joseph Goebbels, imitated him the following day. Karl Dönitz, the head of the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, then took over as head of a government operating from Flensburg on the German-Danish border. He surrendered to the Western Allies, and the Act of Surrender was signed at Reims in France on the 7th of May. Stalin immediately objected to this, stating that it was unacceptable that the instrument of surrender would be signed before US, British and French officials in France when the Russian people had done the heavy lifting in the war. He was entirely justified in this view. An estimated 9 million Soviet soldiers lost their lives in the war, with a further 15 to 20 million Soviet civilians on top of that, whereas the combined death toll of the British, French and Americans was around 1.5 million. In light of his objections, a second instrument of surrender was signed by Wilhelm Keitel, the head of the German Wehrmacht, in front of Soviet commanders in Berlin on the 8th of May. It was signed at 2300 hours in the German capital, making it after midnight on the 9th of May in Moscow. For this reason, Victory Day is celebrated in the former countries of the Soviet Union each year on the 9th of May. Stalin oversaw the 1945 Moscow Victory Day Parade on Red Square, the largest military parade ever held there, on the 24th of June 1945. It involved over 40,000 Red Army soldiers. The argument over the signing of the Instrument of Surrender was just the first of a series of escalating confrontations between Stalin and the governments of the Western Allies once the war was over. Stalin honored his word and declared war on the Empire of Japan in early August 1945, though he was motivated as much by a desire to claim parts of Manchuria and the Korean peninsula as to aid the Americans. Meanwhile, in Europe, it quickly became evident that Poland was going to be established with a pro-Soviet communist government, and that it, like numerous other countries in Eastern Europe and the Balkans, was about to become a satellite of Stalin's Soviet Empire. Though Josip Broz Tito, the partisan leader of the Yugoslav communists who became ruler of the country after the war, would soon steer his own line independent of Moscow. The US managed to win over Greece and Turkey through extensive economic aid. The main points of contention thus became Germany and Austria. In the end, after much wrangling, Austria was allowed to steer its own path in line with the Moscow Treaty of 1943, and in 1955 became independent of both the US and Soviet camps in the Cold War through the Austrian State Treaty. Even today, it remains an outlier in Central Europe in not being a member of NATO. Germany became more contentious, and in the course of 1948, Stalin ordered that rail supplies to West Berlin be prevented from passing through the Soviet spheres of occupation, ultimately leading to the Berlin Airlift and the division of the country into West Germany and Communist East Germany in 1949. While Europe was dividing fairly evenly along pro-US and pro-Soviet camps in the aftermath of the war, the situation was much more positive for Stalin and the communist cause in the Far East. Stalin had provided extensive aid to the communists in the Chinese Civil War, going all the way back to the mid-1920s, when he had first come to power, and their struggle with the Kuomintang, the Chinese nationalists, was just beginning. As he funneled extra arms and aid to the communists, who had emerged from the end of the Second World War under the leadership of Mao Zedong as much the stronger of the two factions in the Civil War, the US was becoming equally reluctant to continue providing aid to the nationalists, who President Truman in Washington correctly viewed as appalling kleptocrats. The communists would emerge victorious from the Civil War in 1949. On the 6th of December that year, Mao headed for Moscow by train. 10 days later, he and Stalin sat down in the Kremlin to discuss future relations between the world's most important communist states. There were disagreements between the pair and their diplomats over the next few weeks, but on the 14th of February 1950, the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance was signed. It laid out the basis for cooperation between the USSR and the People's Republic of China, economically and militarily. At this stage, Mao was very much the junior partner, and Stalin had succeeded in cutting China off from the Western powers. He scored a further victory months later when the Korean War erupted, a clash over a minor geopolitical region, but one which swallowed up US resources and attentions for years to come. Stalin had other reasons to feel buoyant as the 1940s ended and the 1950s began. In 1942, like many of the other major powers involved in the Second World War, Stalin had ordered the development of a Soviet nuclear weapons program. It plodded along, making little progress in various research facilities near Moscow down to 1945. What changed matters was when the US dropped its 2 nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. As soon as this happened, Stalin informed his security forces that the development of a nuclear weapon was now a priority. Until such time as the USSR had a comparable weapon, it was vulnerable. He appointed Lavrenti Beria, the head of the Soviet security services during the war, to head up the reinvigorated program. Over the next 3 years, Beria oversaw the development of an implosion-type nuclear weapon similar to the bomb that the Americans had dropped on Nagasaki. They were aided by the fact that Stalin's spy ring in the US, headed by Ethel and Julius Rosenberg, had acquired intelligence on the Manhattan Project there. The Soviets tested their first nuclear weapon, RDS-1 or First Lightning, at a site in Kazakhstan on the 29th of August 1949. Stalin was said to have been immensely pleased when he received news of the successful test. An even playing field had, at least temporarily, been achieved in the Cold War, though he would live long enough to see the Americans gain the competitive edge with the detonation of the first hydrogen bomb in 1952. As successful as the late 1940s and early 1950s were for Stalin in terms of the accelerating Cold War, he was never satisfied with developments and remained a paranoid figure, resorting to terror tactics where he felt appropriate. Towards the end of the war in 1944, he had engaged in the forced transplantation of hundreds of thousands of Chechens from the northern Caucasus to Siberia and other parts of Russia, falsely claiming that they had collaborated extensively with the Germans. This act of ethnic cleansing was followed by another major Soviet famine in 1946 and 1947, one which killed at least 1 million people. In this case, the cause of the famine was poor weather and the damage inflicted on the Soviet economy by the Germans, but Stalin compounded the problem through a poorly conceived rationing system and the appointment of Georgy Malenkov, a figure with little or no knowledge of agricultural affairs, to head up the relief program. In the early 1950s, Stalin's atrocities included a purging of Georgia through the Mingrelian affair, where he believed Beria's influence had become too great. He was also largely responsible for a nationwide purge of Jewish doctors and other professionals from their positions after he became convinced that his own Jewish physicians were trying to kill him and other leading Soviet officials. That Stalin's paranoia and wrath had turned towards Russia's doctors is indicative of his growing health problems. He was suffering from a range of issues, ones which led him to employ a team of doctors and also to spend several months of every year at his dacha in Abkhazia in the Caucasus. He was also increasingly reclusive. Once the war celebrations and other events commemorating the conflict had been concluded in 1945, he only gave a handful of public speeches for the remainder of his life. He also decided to get rid of the Politburo and replace it with a new presidium in 1952. Given his behavior, those closest to him must have been glad when the old leader was found face down on the floor on the 1st of March 1953. He had suffered a major cerebral hemorrhage. He died 4 days later on the 5th of March in Moscow at 74 years of age, after what by all accounts was a painful death. His state funeral was held 3 days later, and he was interred in Lenin's mausoleum alongside his predecessor, who, before his own end, had tried to warn the Bolshevik leadership about his successor's flaws. Once a consensus had developed in the years that followed about how catastrophic elements of Stalin's reign had been, a decision was taken to remove his remains from the mausoleum in 1961, and they were buried in the Kremlin Wall necropolis. Stalin's death ushered in a period of uncertainty in the Soviet Union. A dedicated tyrant until the very end, he had made no clear plans for how the succession should occur, and his dictatorial approach was such that there was no obvious successor. The foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, had seemed like a natural heir for much of the 1940s, but he had fallen out of favour at the end of the 1940s. Thus, power devolved to a committee of members of the Presidium, including Beria, Malenkov, and Lazar Kaganovich. Eventually, after months of wrangling, Nikita Khrushchev, a figure who had governed Ukraine for many years, emerged as the new de facto leader of the Soviet Union. He began the gradual process of de-Stalinization. In the mid-1950s, he ordered investigations into the purges of the 1930s and the excessive behavior of Stalin as ruler. Then, on the 25th of February 1956, he gave a closed speech to the 20th Party Congress, in which he denounced Stalin's excesses and the bloodshed of his time as head of the USSR. A year later, he expelled Molotov, Malenkov, and Kaganovich from the central leadership and banished them to remote parts of the Soviet Union, excising the unreformed Stalinists from the party. A more public program of de-Stalinization followed in the years thereafter, with Stalingrad being renamed as Volgograd in 1961. As the decades have gone by, and particularly so since the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s, the full extent of Stalin's crimes has been made public. The British-American historian Robert Conquest once stated that no one shaped the course of the 20th century and the lives of more people within it than did Joseph Stalin. There is a lot of truth to this. Stalin ruled the Soviet Union for 3 decades, in which the country emerged from the chaos of the Russian Civil War to become one of the 2 global superpowers. His legacy was the Cold War that outlasted him for nearly 40 years. It would not have been possible had it not been for the enormous industrial and economic gains which occurred in Soviet society through Stalin's 5-year plans, though they came at a terrible price for the victims of the Holodomor and the state terror which Stalin employed to acquire complete control over Russian society. It was also Stalin, more so than any figure other than Winston Churchill, who led the Allied victory over Nazi Germany. If the Soviets had not held firm in the autumn and winter of 1941, under Stalin's leadership, the history of the 20th century could have been very different. Yet these substantial facts aside, there is also no denying that Stalin was an appalling dictator, a man so steeped in bloodshed that none of his achievements were not coloured by his tyrannical behaviour. In total, when the Great Purge, the show trials, the ethnic cleansing, the Holodomor of the early 1930s, and the general attrition that characterized Soviet life under his rule are all taken into account, Stalin was directly responsible for the deaths of upwards of 15 million people, some unintentionally and many intentionally. This makes him one of the foremost mass murderers in history, eclipsed only in the modern world by his enemy and his ally, Adolf Hitler and Mao Zedong. In many ways, Stalin could be said to be the most successful dictator in history, as every enemy who rose against him was defeated or held in check, and it could be said that the only enemy that finally vanquished him was death itself. What do you think of Joseph Stalin? Was he genuinely a communist who believed that the brutal policies he oversaw were the only means of securing the future of the Soviet Union and its path towards communism? Or should he be described primarily as a power-hungry dictator? And was he the crucial figure in the Allied victory over the Nazis during the Second World War? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Franklin Delano Roosevelt was born in the town of Hyde Park, New York, on the 30th of January 1882. His father, James Roosevelt, was a Harvard graduate and a successful businessman who had interests and investments in various coal and transport companies, and also had connections with the Democratic Party, serving as the minister's secretary at the American Embassy to Great Britain in the 1850s, under the then ambassador and eventual 15th President of the United States, James Buchanan. Franklin's mother, Sarah Ann Delano, whose ancestors came to America on the Mayflower all the way back in 1620, had married James in 1880 and was a driven and intelligent woman. Her father, Warren, had once operated an opium business in British Hong Kong, where she lived for 3 years, and at one stage Sarah also attended a girls' school in the German city of Dresden. As such, it was a well-travelled and liberal family background which Franklin was born into. In the modern world, Sarah would have undoubtedly had a successful career of her own, but she was forced by the social constraints of the time to be a homemaker, which perhaps inevitably caused her to place much of her hopes for the future on Franklin, as he was her only child. Franklin himself was an active child, who also proved to be intelligent and gifted at almost anything he undertook, and he soon became adept at the sporting activities of his class, such as horse riding, shooting, tennis, golf, and polo. Instead of allowing the family's servants to educate Franklin, as was the convention of the time, Sarah chose to educate her son herself during his early years, until he was eventually sent to the Groton boarding school in Massachusetts. The headmaster of this school, Endicott Peabody, would prove to be an important guiding influence on Franklin over the coming years, teaching him the importance of Christian charity, and he would later go on to officiate at Roosevelt's wedding in 1905. In 1900, Franklin's father, James Roosevelt, died, which was a devastating blow for 18-year-old Franklin. Despite this, his prospects improved a year later when his cousin Theodore Roosevelt was elected President of the United States. His commanding and energetic leadership soon made him Franklin's new role model. It was around this time that Franklin enrolled at Harvard College in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he failed to shine academically. He stated later that he studied economics for 4 years and everything he had been taught was incorrect. He did distinguish himself, though, as editor of the Harvard Crimson, the daily newspaper published by Harvard students since 1873. Despite him not enjoying his time at Harvard, Franklin graduated regardless in 1903 with an A.B. in history, and then, after dropping out of law school in 1908, joined the Wall Street firm of Carter, Ledyard and Milburn, working in the company's Admiralty Law Division. While working here, he was known to tell his co-workers that he intended to become the President of the United States one day, just like his cousin Theodore. In 1902, Franklin began to court his distant cousin Eleanor, whom he had known since childhood, and after spending several years reaffirming their ties by means of family meetings and correspondence, Franklin successfully proposed in 1904. Eleanor herself was the youngest daughter of Theodore Roosevelt's brother Eliot, whose branch of the Roosevelt family had split from Franklin's in the 17th century in the shape of Nicholas Roosevelt, who was Franklin's fourth great-grandfather and Eleanor's fifth great-grandfather. The couple were married on the 17th of March 1905, despite fierce opposition from Franklin's mother, Sarah, who thought her son was too young to marry. At the ceremony, Eleanor's uncle, President Theodore Roosevelt, gave her away, as her father Eliot had died in 1894. Both Franklin and Eleanor then moved to the Roosevelt family estate at Springwood in Hyde Park, where Eleanor had to endure the difficulty of living next door to her mother-in-law. The couple went on to parent 6 children together, one of whom, Franklin Jr., died in infancy in 1909. Despite giving birth to 6 children, Eleanor found married life to be difficult in many respects, and at one point stated that she found intercourse to be an ordeal that had to be endured. This lack of natural intimacy would later result in Franklin having numerous affairs, and Eleanor herself would also go on to form close and possibly intimate friendships with a number of women. Perhaps the most notorious of Franklin's extramarital relationships was with his wife's secretary Lucy Mercer, which began in or around 1916, and which Eleanor discovered when she found letters between the two by accident. This nearly ended their marriage, and it was only after Franklin's mother stepped in and told him that if he divorced Eleanor, she would disinherit him, that their union was spared. Despite this tumult, both Franklin and Eleanor would remain married until his death in 1945. But, perhaps as a consequence of his extramarital liaisons, it remained a union based on mutual respect or duty rather than love or passion. However, regardless, Eleanor made Franklin promise that he would never see Lucy again, which was an oath that he eventually failed to keep. In 1910, Franklin joined the local Democratic Party, which was eager to recruit him due to his family name. After being accepted and nominated, Roosevelt campaigned for a seat on New York State Assembly. After leading an energetic campaign, in which he traveled around the local area by car, Franklin won. This surprised many, as New York politics was largely dominated by the Republicans in the early 20th century. It's worth remembering in assessing Franklin's career that in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the political map of the United States was very different to what it is today. The Republican Party were a significant force in many of the northern states, while the Democrats were actually the party of choice of the southern states, the direct opposite of how it is today. Thus, Roosevelt's capturing of a seat in New York for the Democrats on his first effort was a surprise to many. He then assumed his new responsibilities on the 1st of January 1911. Roosevelt quickly gained a reputation as something of a radical within the local Democratic Party, leading a group of so-called insurgents who were opposed to Tammany Hall, a political organization in New York City that had controlled nominations and dictated policy there since the mid-19th century, and had a reputation for corruption and looking after the interests of the rich above the working classes and the poor. Because of his opposition to Tammany Hall, Franklin soon became a popular figure with many New York Democrats, and in 1911, the Democrat nominations caused controversy within his family when he backed Woodrow Wilson and not his cousin Theodore Roosevelt's campaign for the presidency of the United States. Theodore had left the Republicans after failing to secure the party's nomination to campaign during the forthcoming election, which caused divisions within the party. He subsequently ran as an independent candidate for a newly created and short-lived progressive party called the Bull Moose Party. Despite him failing to secure his cousin's backing, Theodore was not angered by Franklin's support for Woodrow Wilson, as he was, after all, a member of the Democratic Party, which he would have been forced to resign from in order to support him, and it could be said that this was, in hindsight, the correct decision, as Theodore not only lost the election, but his progressives fell into obscurity over the coming years. Franklin's decision to back Woodrow Wilson was vindicated when he won the presidential election of 1912, becoming the first Democratic president since Grover Cleveland, who left office in 1897. This election victory was a landslide for the Democrats, who won nearly 42% of the popular vote, and Roosevelt was then rewarded for his support of Wilson, when the new president appointed him to be Assistant Secretary of the Navy in 1913, deputizing under Josephus Daniels. Shortly after this appointment, Franklin resigned from his seat on New York's State Assembly in order to concentrate on his career in Washington, D.C., as he was seen by many to have a promising future ahead of him due to his intelligence, work ethic, and family name. During their time in the department, both Roosevelt and Daniels oversaw the introduction of a new merit-based system of promotion within the United States Navy, as well as extending civilian control over various aspects of naval administration, in which Franklin oversaw relations between the government and the members of the Navy's civilian workforce. This position would give Franklin a great amount of experience in dealing with labor issues, as well as industrial disputes, and also in naval administration during wartime, that would both prove to be invaluable to him during the later Great Depression, as well as the Second World War, and it was this period as Assistant Secretary that forged his affiliation and love for the American Navy that would endure for the rest of his days. In 1914, war broke out in Europe, a conflict which eventually turned into the First World War, and there was a strong consensus of opinion that the United States should begin to rearm in case it was forced to join the conflict. As a result, President Wilson gave the go-ahead for an expansion of the Navy that was accelerated after the sinking of various civilian vessels, including the RMS Lusitania in 1915. Because of this, the United States Navy was more than doubled in size by the end of the First World War, which ended after America joined the Entente led by Britain and France against the Central Powers of Germany and the Empire of Austria-Hungary. This greatly hastened the ultimate surrender of the Central Powers in the Armistice of 1918. After the conflict, the US Navy was scaled back to peacetime numbers. In the aftermath of the First World War, President Wilson attempted to ensure lasting peace throughout the globe by establishing the League of Nations, which was first proposed and included as part of the Treaty of Versailles that was signed on the 28th of June 1919, creating the first international covenant designed primarily to maintain world peace. However, the creation of the League of Nations greatly weakened Wilson's position as president in the eyes of many Americans, particularly those of a Republican persuasion, who feared their country's sovereignty could potentially be superseded by an international governing body, and who were also opposed to any American involvement in the affairs of foreign nations. This opposition then continued to gain momentum, until finally the Republican-dominated Senate rejected the president's plans for America to join the League of Nations. Wilson's position was further undermined by him suffering a massive stroke on the 2nd of October 1919 that left him bedridden for weeks, and his administration, much like himself, paralyzed. It is no exaggeration to say that Woodrow Wilson's policies, at least in regards to foreign affairs, provided a template for Franklin Roosevelt's own political ideas over the coming decades, as he would, after the Second World War, resurrect his mentor's plans for a League of Nations in the shape of the United Nations. As it was now becoming increasingly evident that President Wilson's tenure was coming to an end, Roosevelt and his allies reached out to Herbert Hoover about the possibility of him becoming the party's next candidate for the presidency in the 1920 presidential elections. Hoover had formerly been a member of President Wilson's administration, but had never been a member of either party. In the lead-up to the election in 1920, he calculated that the Democrats were unlikely to be victorious and declared himself as a Republican, yet he failed to secure that party's nomination for the presidency by losing to Warren G. Harding in the primaries. This in turn scuppered Franklin's plans to run as vice president under Hoover. But after James M. Cox was nominated as the Democratic presidential candidate instead, he chose Roosevelt as his running mate. Yet, despite both men embarking on a campaign across the country, they were defeated by a wide margin in the election by Harding, who became the 29th President of the United States on the 4th of March 1921. The return of the Republicans to power simultaneously heralded a return of America to isolationism, in which involvement in foreign affairs was kept to a minimum. This would last until finally the sleeping giant that was the United States of America was awoken from its slumber by the rise of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan in the mid-1930s. Although his and Cox's loss in the 1920 election was a bitter pill to swallow, Roosevelt had gained valuable experience in campaigning on the national stage and was now a major figure within the Democratic Party. He was viewed by many within the party to be the great hope of the left wing within America going forward. However, Franklin's hopes and dreams would soon be almost completely dashed when, in August of 1921, he began to experience terrifying symptoms of paralysis from the waist down, combined with bladder and bowel dysfunction. The diagnosis for these ailments was grim to say the least, as Franklin had contracted poliomyelitis, otherwise known as polio, an infectious disease caused by the polio virus that is often transferred from person to person by infected fecal matter entering the mouth, possibly via unwashed food or unclean water. There has since been speculation that Roosevelt's symptoms are more consistent with Guillain-Barré syndrome, which is caused by the immune system attacking the peripheral nervous system, which is a relay between the brain and limbs. But whatever the cause of his illness, Franklin was now paralyzed from the waist down and would never walk or even stand unaided again. This illness would have ended the lives of many men, let alone their careers. However, Roosevelt evidently possessed great reserves of strength and determination, as he then set about trying to lead as normal a life as possible to ultimately facilitate his return to mainstream politics. He did this by having the pedals of his car adapted so he could brake and accelerate by hand, and even had a pair of iron braces constructed to enable him to stand or walk with assistance, where he would use his waist to swivel each limb in turn, enabling him to move upright for short distances. Despite these innovations, Franklin would spend the majority of his waking hours sitting in one of his custom-built wheelchairs, meaning that he would often have to be carried up and down flights of stairs in buildings where no elevators were installed, and this soon prompted him to have a service lift adapted in his home in Hyde Park, which enabled him to travel between floors unaided. Over the coming years, Franklin would go to great lengths to ensure he was never publicly photographed in his wheelchair, and would, when giving speeches or appearing in public, often be seen to stand by using his steel leg braces along with the literal support of an aide or one of his children. For the time being at least, Roosevelt's illness meant that he had to withdraw from frontline politics for a time during the 1920s so that he could come to terms with his disability, both mentally and physically. It was during this time that Roosevelt visited Warm Springs in Georgia for the first time. Located in the west of the state, Warm Springs is home to mineral springs which flow nearly constantly at a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius. Beginning in the early 19th century, Georgians had begun spending time here in a belief that the warm thermal waters were good for recuperating from illnesses. It had become one of the most well-known thermal springs in the United States by the 1920s, and so in October 1924, Roosevelt set off for Georgia in the hope that he would be able to regain some of the strength in his legs by bathing and exercising in the water there. He would never meet with the success he desired in that respect, but Warm Springs nevertheless became central to his life. Over the years, he engaged in extensive charitable activity here, founding the Roosevelt Warm Springs Institute for Rehabilitation some years after his first visit, having heard numerous stories of people who had regained the use of their legs from hydrotherapy they received there. In the 1930s, the institute became the only center of its kind dedicated to treating patients with polio. Each Thanksgiving, Roosevelt would host an event here for the patients, and when he became president some years later, he constructed what he called the Little White House at Warm Springs. Such was the centrality of the place and the institute to his life by the 1930s. Despite his retreat from frontline politics in the early and mid-1920s, Roosevelt still maintained close connections with the top of the Democratic Party, for which he would eventually give presidential nomination speeches in 1924 and 1928. Although these speeches were outwardly a show of support for the Democratic nominees, they were in reality dress rehearsals for Franklin's own political resurrection, as he calculated that he could not hope to win any future Democratic nomination, let alone the presidency, without being seen to be able to stand. During both addresses, he wowed the crowds with his oratory, whilst gripping the podium with all his strength in a desperate effort to remain upright. This effort to appear mobile was in large part due to Franklin's fear that his disability would be used against him by his Republican rivals, whom he thought would claim his inability to walk would also impair his ability to govern. It is certainly remarkable that throughout his lifetime and his later presidency, the true nature of Roosevelt's disability would remain unknown to the vast majority of the American public, who thought him requiring assistance to walk was due to him being lame or arthritic. Despite Franklin's public support, the Democrats were defeated in the presidential elections by the Republicans in both 1924 and 1928, largely due to the fact that the economy was booming and also because the party was divided on various issues such as prohibition, which banned the production of alcohol from 1920 to 1933. Indeed, Roosevelt himself, like many men of his class, enjoyed drinking expensive cocktails, and along with chain smoking, this would become one of his guilty pleasures, ones which were unaffected by prohibition. In the lead-up to the 1928 election, Al Smith, who was the Democratic nominee for the presidency, was forced to step down as governor of New York, as he could not, by law, hold the position as well as the presidency, meaning that an election had to be held to appoint a new governor as a consequence. Smith, fearing a Republican landslide, then asked Roosevelt to run as the Democratic candidate for the governorship of New York, and after a hard-fought campaign, Franklin was eventually triumphant, winning by the slender margin of 1% of the vote, making him the head of government in America's most populous state and a front-runner for the next Democratic presidential nomination in 1932. In contrast to this, the Democrats and Al Smith were crushed in the presidential election, losing heavily to Herbert Hoover, an election result which historians broadly view as being reflective of the widespread anti-Irish and anti-Catholic sentiment which still prevailed in America during the first half of the 20th century, Smith being Roman Catholic and of both Irish and Italian ancestry. This election defeat effectively ended Smith's ambitions of claiming the top job, though he would later go on to become the president of Empire State Incorporated, which was the company responsible for the construction of the marvel of architecture and engineering, that is the Empire State Building in Manhattan. In the year following the election, on Tuesday the 29th of October 1929, the Wall Street crash sent the world's economy into turmoil, causing share prices on the New York Stock Exchange to collapse over the weeks that followed. This crash was primarily caused by a huge amount of speculative public investment being made in the US stock market during the late 1920s, in which millions of Americans invested their life savings into the stock market in the hope of making a fortune by buying shares in what they hoped were up-and-coming companies and/or commodities. To cash in on this boom of investment, many people even took out loans in order to buy more stocks and shares, and when no further loans could be obtained, they then bought stocks on an IOU basis in the hope that they would be able to pay at a later date, as and when they made a profit. Another factor was corruption and insider dealing, which was undertaken by men such as Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of President John F. Kennedy, who during the 1920s sought to buy worthless stocks en masse, which made them appear to be a good speculative investment to the untrained eye. This mass buying inflated the price of these stocks and shares, which Kennedy and his like would then cash in on by selling them to inexperienced investors, such as the general public, who would, in the end, lose nearly all their money when the stock market crashed. Kennedy would go on to make millions during the later Great Depression itself by buying up potentially valuable real estate and land at reduced prices, which he would then later sell when the market improved over the coming decades, which at least in part funded his family's rise to power in US politics. No one knows exactly what triggered the massive selling of stocks that initiated the Wall Street crash, but historians and economists have since speculated that a combination of rumor, hearsay, and the spread of panic caused a chain reaction of mass selling that flooded the market, and as a result caused stock prices to tumble and millions of dollars to be lost. It should also be noted that the Wall Street crash was not the sole cause of the following Great Depression, but it certainly did undermine the confidence of the American public in the country's financial institutions, particularly the banks, as well as the government and the Federal Reserve. Indeed, although many of America's smaller local banks were still solvent and soundly run, the larger banks had, during the market boom of the 1920s, invested their customers, investors, and depositors' money into the US stock market, meaning that when the crash came, the banks lost millions of dollars of their customers' money that they were then unable to give back due to lack of funds. This meant that the banks were soon forced to deny cash withdrawals to the American public, which caused a panic-driven chain reaction or bank run across America and then the wider world, as millions of people rushed to withdraw their non-existent savings. The lack of cash flow inevitably crippled consumer spending as well as lending, meaning that there was a mass shortage of capital within the American economy and, as a result, businesses laid off workers in their millions or closed altogether. As America was the largest economy in the world at that time, the contagion spread across the globe as international loans were recalled in the desperate search for money and private investment was slashed. The recall of these international loans inevitably damaged the economies of countries around the world who were still struggling to recover from the devastation of the First World War, particularly nations such as Germany and Japan, who then saw a rise in radical nationalistic political parties who would seize power over the coming decade and plunge mankind into another world war. This panic and lack of capital was then further compounded by President Herbert Hoover's administration itself, as it thought the crisis would be short-lived and therefore refused point-blank to stimulate the economy with quantitative easing, which would have involved the printing of money. This would have then enabled the banks to stay open and lending and investment to continue. The government then arguably made things worse by raising import tariffs on international trade, which did nothing but damage businesses across America and around the world, as it only restricted international transactions as well as the flow of goods. The Wall Street crash and the Great Depression which followed inevitably damaged Herbert Hoover's reputation, particularly concerning economic matters, and with the end of Hoover's first term fast approaching, Franklin Roosevelt stepped up his plans to run for the Democratic nomination for the presidential election in 1932. To help secure his future candidacy, Roosevelt first sought re-election as governor of New York by enacting and advocating various reforms to alleviate the crisis, such as setting up an employment commission, endorsing unemployment insurance and aid to farmers, as well as better pensions for the elderly. These policies clearly resonated with New York's population, as he then won the state election by a 14% margin over his Republican rival. This solidified Roosevelt's position as the front-runner for the Democratic nomination for the presidency. During the following months, he appointed his campaign team and ramped up his plans for the forthcoming Democratic National Convention in 1932, at which he clinched the party's nomination by defeating Al Smith, the party's defeated candidate in the 1928 election, who came a distant second to Roosevelt in the race to become the Democratic candidate. Roosevelt then, along with his running mate for the vice presidency, John Nance Garner, launched his presidential campaign, in which he pledged his support for America's workers by promising better regulation of the economy, stock market and banking system, along with the cutting of trade tariffs, financial help for farmers and investment in public works, in order to end the Great Depression. Franklin then went on to defeat Herbert Hoover by a massive landslide in the 1932 presidential election, by winning 57% of the popular vote and crucially securing control of both houses of Congress, meaning that he was able to pass legislation with greater ease without Republican interference. Roosevelt, though, nearly never made it to the Oval Office at all. On the 15th of February 1933, 17 days before he was due to be inaugurated as president, Giuseppe Zangara, a mentally ill Italian-American, came close to assassinating Roosevelt following a speech he had given in Miami. Zangara was a 32-year-old laborer who was born in southern Italy and who had come to the United States in the early 1920s. He had extensive health problems which resulted in chronic pain. These contributed to his deteriorating psychological state in the early 1930s. Why he attempted to kill the president-elect has never been fully resolved, but most believe that he was at least partially insane. During Roosevelt's speech at the Bayfront on the night of the 15th of February, Zangara, who was just 5 foot tall, stood on top of a folding chair to rise over the crowd and fired off numerous shots. All of them missed Roosevelt, but 5 bystanders were injured, including Anton Cermak, the mayor of Chicago, who had accompanied Roosevelt to Miami. Cermak later died in hospital. Zangara was put on trial and executed just 5 weeks later after being found guilty of first-degree murder. Conspiracy theories have abounded since, that Zangara was a hired hitman and that the target was actually Cermak, who was overseeing a fight to crack down on organized crime in Chicago. But the reality seems that Zangara's target was almost certainly Roosevelt, and he had no motive beyond a general disaffection towards society. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was inaugurated as the 32nd President of the United States on the 4th of March 1933, when he gave one of the most famous speeches in American history, stating, quote, "So, first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance." This rallying cry was important, as the American economy had slumped to new lows in the final months of the Hoover administration, making the task that now faced Roosevelt an extremely difficult one, as 1/4 of the workforce was unemployed, and a further 2 million people were on the streets and in a state of near starvation. On top of this, food prices had fallen by nearly 60%, meaning that farmers were now facing ruin, and in addition, tens of thousands of banks were refusing cash withdrawals, which meant that businesses could not pay their employees and families could not buy food or goods. It is hard to fully appreciate the misery caused to the average American by the Great Depression. Even the difficult years following the financial crash of 2008 were mild by comparison. In order to address this and take action after the lethargy of Hoover's administration, Roosevelt now proposed a new program of mass public investment and government-created jobs to expand America's infrastructure and get people back to work and prosperity. 3 decades earlier, his cousin Theodore Roosevelt had stated in a speech as president that he was going to give the American people a square deal by taking on the ruthless, successful industrialists or robber barons of Gilded Age America, as well as reducing inequality in the country. Now, Roosevelt sought to deliberately echo his cousin 30 years later, when he declared at the start of his own presidency that the American people would have a New Deal, through which the federal government would pull them out of the Great Depression and back to work and prosperity. During his tenure as state governor of New York, Roosevelt gave regular radio broadcasts direct into people's homes that he named his fireside chats, in which he would lay out his plans for governance or address other issues. After becoming president, Franklin continued these broadcasts on a national scale, informing the population of what he planned to do to address the economic turmoil. These fireside chats took advantage of the dominant form of media in the country at the time, the radio. Though it may seem retrograde today, Roosevelt was being entirely modern in his day to turn to the radio to reach out to millions of Americans and galvanize public sentiment around his administration's new policies. Almost immediately upon assuming his role as president, Roosevelt sought to address the paralysis that was gripping the banking system, when on the 9th of March 1933, he passed the Emergency Banking Act that gave him the power to control bank opening times and also enabled him to order the Federal Reserve Bank to issue currency so that cash withdrawals could recommence. Finally, here was the quantitative easing which Hoover's administration had failed to provide. This action had the desired effect, as 6 days later, on the 15th of March, the banks reopened, causing share prices to rise by 15% as a consequence, as public deposits and withdrawals resumed. This effectively ended the bank run. After this, Roosevelt then initiated his program of relief, recovery and reform as part of his strategy for ending the Great Depression, the New Deal. He started by setting up the Federal Emergency Relief Administration in May of 1933 that was established to provide assistance to state governments by means of loans as well as grants, so that they could relieve unemployment through public works programs. Later that year, he signed a repeal that brought an end to prohibition, largely in an effort to help stimulate the economy and increase tax revenue, along with people's morale. Shortly after signing the repeal, Franklin stated that he thought this would be a good time for a beer. These reforms were also augmented by the setting up of the Public Works Administration that would come to spend nearly $7 billion over the next decade, which is a massive figure in today's money, by initiating infrastructure projects throughout the country from roads to railways to dams and schools. Much of the infrastructure of the United States, which is still in use today, was built as a result of the New Deal of the mid-1930s. This glut of state investment was then further increased by the establishment of further agencies, including the Civilian Conservation Corporation, that got 250,000 young men back into work in more local rural projects, as well as the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which helped industry with funding for railroads along with large infrastructure projects. On top of this, the Federal Trade Commission helped farmers and homeowners with mortgage relief, and the Agricultural Adjustment Act aimed to raise commodity prices by paying farmers to reduce their food production by leaving fields bare and cutting back on livestock. To ensure workers were better paid and fairly treated going forward, the President then brought in the National Industrial Recovery Act of 1933, which was enacted to regulate industry and ensure fair wages for workers, and also restrict production to keep prices at an even level. As well as all this, Roosevelt sought to cut federal spending by slashing military expenditure by over $700 million by restricting servicemen's pensions. However, after a campaign was instigated by veterans' lobby groups, Congress overruled him and paid out the pensions benefits in cash regardless. Yet, in the end, this gave the economy a further boost through consumer spending. From 1935 to 1936, the Roosevelt administration enacted the second part of its plans for relief and reform, that is known today as the Second New Deal, which, by and large, consisted of further public investment, but more importantly, focused on economic reform across various sectors. These included the 1935 Social Security Act that ensured the federal government was, from then on, bound by law to give aid to the elderly, the unemployed, and the disabled, as well as children in need. This was augmented with a kind of basic state healthcare provision to ensure the poor had a certain degree of medical care. There then came the Works Progress Administration, or WPA, which was the largest public works program to date in U.S. history, and which funded the building of parks, schools, bridges, and roads in nearly every community across the country from 1935 onwards. The WPA employed nearly 9 million people, whose wages would then buy food and consumer goods, that in turn pumped money back into the economy, producing the knock-on effect of generating new jobs. Next came the National Labor Relations Act that prevented the exploitation of workers by giving them fair working conditions as well as fair pay, and also ensured that industrial disputes and strikes did not occur through civil discourse between employers and employee unions. All of this had the effect of bringing an end to the Great Depression in the United States. Roosevelt's New Deal had proved enormously successful and avoided the species of extremist politics developing which had occurred in Germany, where the economic turmoil had led to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis in 1933. It is hard to understate the achievement of Roosevelt's administration in this. As one esteemed American historical biographer, Gene Edward Smith, noted of FDR in this respect, quote, "He lifted himself from a wheelchair to lift the nation from its knees." Although Roosevelt's New Deal did produce its desired effect in getting millions of Americans back into work, it was met with fierce resistance within certain quarters of the private sector as well as the Republican establishment, who were opposed to any kind of state intervention in the economy. There is still fierce debate today as to whether the centralized power of the Roosevelt administration was in keeping with America's capitalist principles, and some even claim his program of reforms and relief was socialist in its outlook. One of the most ardent critics of Roosevelt's policies during this period was his old political ally, Al Smith, who, as a conservative Democrat, was opposed to the president's interference in private industry. During the lead-up to the 1936 presidential election, Smith tried to portray Roosevelt as a communist in all but name, and even compared him to Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. But Smith's public criticism soon backfired in spectacular fashion, as Roosevelt's reforms had lifted millions of people out of poverty and meant that he now had the loyal support of the majority of the American public as well as the country's unions, who saw Al Smith and the business leaders opposed to the New Deal as the kind of people who had caused the economic upheaval in the first place. Roosevelt's presidency in the mid-1930s also steps towards a more congenial federal policy towards the country's huge African-American population. Race relations in America had soured enormously in the aftermath of the First World War, with black neighborhoods in cities like Tulsa experiencing extreme violence, and the Ku Klux Klan re-emerging as a very significant force in American life. By the mid-1920s, the Klan had millions of members. By some reckonings, more than 1 in 10 white American males were members of it at this time, and lynchings of African Americans became a common feature of life in the American South in the 1920s. Roosevelt tried to redress this in the 1930s, tightening legislation which cracked down on vigilante attacks on African Americans. His New Deal policies inevitably gained him support from amongst black Americans, who were more likely to have lost their jobs as a result of the Great Depression. Perhaps most significantly, Eleanor Roosevelt emerged as a great champion of black Americans as First Lady during the 1930s and was sympathetic to organizations such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP. All of this ensured that African Americans began transferring their votes from the Republicans to the Democratic Party in the course of the 1930s, beginning a mass realignment of American politics. Eventually, Roosevelt would issue Executive Order 8802 in 1941, which created the Fair Employment Practices Committee, a measure which has been deemed by historians as the most important move in support of the rights of African Americans in the workplace between the end of the Civil War in 1865 and the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Hoping to capitalize on his overwhelming approval ratings, Roosevelt sought re-election as president in 1936 and won an unprecedented victory by securing all but 2 states and claiming nearly 61% of the popular vote, which was the largest margin of victory since the uncontested presidential election of 1820. Roosevelt's acquisition of 98.49% of the Electoral College remains the highest margin of victory in a contested U.S. presidential election other than George Washington's 100% votes in 1788 and 1792. Roosevelt's second term was largely dominated by him struggling to overcome the resistance of the U.S. Supreme Court that had blocked or halted several of his New Deal reforms, and he then sought to end its opposition by proposing a bill to replace aging Supreme Court justices with his own supporters. This was subsequently blocked by a cross-party coalition, who feared that Roosevelt's bill would make both he and his successors too powerful. Indeed, one of the criticisms that could be leveled at Franklin Roosevelt is that he was too controlling in his administration, as he was notoriously devious and conniving in his dealings, and famously once said that he never let his right hand know what his left hand was doing. This control of the secrecy even extended to his last vice president and eventual successor, Harry Truman, who was kept in the dark about many of Roosevelt's plans during the Second World War, including the United States nuclear weapons program. One of the few people Franklin was unable to control in his life was his wife Eleanor, who consistently lobbied him throughout his presidency on matters that were close to her heart, such as help for the poor, as well as civil and women's rights, that she promoted during public appearances and radio broadcasts, and even held nearly 350 press conferences during her husband's tenure, and, more than any other figure, created the modern position of first spouse. Eleanor would also spend much of her time travelling the country, after which she would report back to her husband on the progress of his New Deal, and it is fair to say that her activism certainly aided her husband, who, after all, could not travel easily. After returning from her visits, she would brief the president at length on the situation across the country, and what actions she felt were then required. This inevitably caused a great degree of friction between Franklin and Eleanor during his presidency, as he had to juggle myriad problems as well as his wife's causes, although on the whole they came to form a formidable political partnership that earned them both the respect and admiration of millions of Americans. By the late 1930s, there were growing concerns at the rise of Adolf Hitler's Germany in Europe. The Nazis were seeking to expand Germany's borders by annexing neighboring countries such as Austria and Czechoslovakia, that along with the aggressive expansion of the Japanese Empire in Manchuria and eastern China, was starting to threaten world peace. War, it seemed, was inevitable. The United States foreign policy had since the end of the First World War been isolationist in its outlook, because many people within the country did not want to interfere in any costly European wars, which was further complicated by large portions of the US population being descendants of European immigrants from countries like Germany and Italy. Roosevelt was a believer in Woodrow Wilson's outward-looking policies and was not an isolationist himself, but his hands were largely tied by Congress and public opinion. He was, for instance, prevented from interfering in the Spanish Civil War, which broke out in 1936, and the Japanese invasion of Manchuria in the early 1930s. The outlook began to change, however, when Hitler broke his Munich Agreement with Britain and France, which had been agreed in September 1938 and had allowed Germany to annex the Sudetenland area of Czechoslovakia in 1938. The Germans, though, broke the terms of the Munich Agreement within months by invading the rest of Czechoslovakia on the 15th of March 1939. With this, Britain and France began rearming more speedily in preparation for the war which now seemed inevitable. In America, these events prompted Roosevelt to begin preparations for a possible war with the Axis powers over the coming months, as he recognized that America could no longer afford to maintain its isolationist stance, particularly as Japan evidently was bent on expansion of its own in the South Pacific, which could in time potentially threaten the United States colonies in the region, such as the Philippines. When Hitler invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, Britain and France declared war on Germany, which prompted Roosevelt to align himself with the Western Allies. When France itself fell to Germany in the summer of 1940, isolationism in the United States went into steep decline, which garnered enough support to allow the president to sanction a massive increase in military spending, along with the country's first peacetime draft that would swell the ranks of the US Army to nearly 1.5 million men by 1941. Roosevelt also proved to be pragmatic in his choice of military advisors at this time, as he appointed Republican interventionists such as Henry Stimson and Frank Knox as his secretaries of war and the Navy respectively, both of whom were in favor of his support of Britain after the fall of France. Moreover, as both men were not Democrats, their promotions helped to win over many Republicans to the president's interventionist approach. The president then increased his support of Britain and its new Prime Minister Winston Churchill, with whom he had been in regular contact since the 1930s, by giving the Royal Navy 50 destroyer-class battleships from the First World War in return for access to naval bases across the Caribbean, which proved to be invaluable in strengthening ties between the two nations as well as the United Kingdom's naval defences. Roosevelt had before this sought to help the European allies by passing the Neutrality Act in November of 1939 that allowed the sale of US weapons in return for cash. However, this aid to Britain, Free France, China, and later the Soviet Union would subsequently be escalated into the $50 billion program of aid that is known today as Lend-Lease, which was passed into law in March of 1941 and allowed war materials and resources to be lent or leased to Allied nations under the pretext that doing so would aid US national security. It was traditional for US presidents to only serve 2 4-year periods in office, as the 2-term period was not yet enshrined within the US Constitution. This followed a precedent which George Washington had set in the late 1790s, when he refused to stand for a 3rd term, declaring that if a president were to stay in office for too long, America could devolve into dictatorship or monarchy. However, this was not enshrined in law. Rather, it was a political custom that presidents would not stand for a 3rd term, and which had been adhered to by all Washington's successors. Yet because the United States was clearly entering into another period of crisis, Roosevelt decided to break with tradition and campaign for re-election, a campaign which resulted in him winning an unprecedented 3rd term on the 5th of November 1940. In the election, he won nearly 55% of the popular vote and 38 of the then 48 states, Alaska and Hawaii not then being states. This election was timely to say the least, as less than a month later, Imperial Japan would force America into World War II by launching one of the most notorious and daring preemptive strikes in the history of warfare in an effort to secure domination of the Pacific Ocean. Although the head of the Japanese state was its Emperor Hirohito, the country's government had, since the devastation of the Great Depression, much like Germany, come under the control of militaristic nationalists who advocated the rejection of democracy along with Western liberal culture and sought to end Japan's dependence on foreign imports of raw materials by means of the creation of an Asian Pacific Empire. The first stage of this expansion took place in 1931, with Japan's invasion of Manchuria in what is now northeastern China, which was then followed 6 years later by its partial annexation of China in 1937, securing the major cities along the east coast of the country. This prompted the United States and Roosevelt to halt all exports of material from America that could aid the Japanese war effort, which included nearly 95% of Japan's oil supply. This essentially forced the Japanese to choose between halting their expansion or escalating it, the former of which was not an option. Therefore, plans were put in place for further invasions and attacks on territories and islands across Southeast Asia, as well as the Western Pacific, including British imperial outposts, along with US colonies in the Philippines. The Japanese now saw the nullification and subjugation of both Britain's Eastern Empire and America's Pacific colonies and naval bases as key to securing their supremacy over the region, and it was also decided that the United States Pacific Fleet based in Hawaii would have to be destroyed in order to ensure naval supremacy in the Far East. Plans were accordingly drawn up by the military planners in Tokyo in the late 1930s to bring this about. The likelihood of war was then increased by the appointment of Hideki Tojo as Prime Minister of Japan on the 17th of October 1941, who had long advocated a preemptive strike against the United States, and over the following months preparations were finalized with the Emperor's approval by the Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese Navy, Isoroku Yamamoto, for a massive naval task force to attack the US naval base at Pearl Harbor, along with simultaneous invasions of British and American colonies and overseas stations in the Western Pacific. In the meantime, negotiations were attempted with the aim of preventing hostilities, But when the Americans demanded the full Japanese withdrawal from China in return for the re-establishment of trade, the decision was taken by the Japanese to initiate war with the United States. On the 26th of November 1941, a massive task force set sail from the Japanese home islands under the command of Admiral Chuichi Nagumo and headed east across the northern Pacific before turning south towards the Hawaiian archipelago. This fleet consisted of 6 aircraft carriers, the Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, Hiryu, Shokaku, and Zuikaku, which carried over 400 aircraft and were escorted by 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, 9 destroyers, and 23 submarines. These included midget submarines, which effectively were to be used on suicide missions. The Japanese then continued to approach Hawaii and finally attacked the islands on the morning of the 7th of December 1941, resulting in over a dozen US ships being sunk or badly damaged, including 8 battleships and over 2,000 servicemen and civilians being killed or injured. Crucially for the Americans, however, the prime targets of the Japanese, the aircraft carriers USS Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga, were out of port at the time of the attack, which was of vital importance as these carriers would later form the nucleus of the United States Pacific Fleet that would come to decimate the Japanese Navy over the coming months and years. One day after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt declared war on Imperial Japan, and the same day delivered a famous speech to a joint session of the US Congress, stating that yesterday, December the 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. 3 days later, on the 11th of December 1941, Germany and Italy joined with their Japanese allies and declared war on the United States. This, in effect, sealed their doom, as the world's richest and most powerful industrial nation had now joined the conflict with which the Axis powers could not hope to compete. Roosevelt and his generals were determined that there would be a quick retaliatory strike against Japan in the aftermath of the attack on Pearl Harbor. This need not be a massive campaign or initiative, but rather a symbolic action, one which would buoy morale at home in the US. On the 21st of December, 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt met with the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the White House, during the course of which meeting it was determined that an aerial raid would be conducted against targets in Japan itself. The planning and leading of the mission was entrusted to Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle. Over the next few months, Doolittle, who was in regular contact with Roosevelt during the planning process, organized an aerial raid whereby American bomber planes would take off from an aircraft carrier in the Pacific Ocean and strike at targets in Japan itself. What has gone down in US military law as the Doolittle Raid was finally undertaken on the 18th of April 1942. During it, 16 US B-25 Mitchell medium bombers flew over Japan, dropping bombs on Tokyo and other key cities and sites. They then carried on westwards, with most of the planes crash landing over China, where the US airmen made contact with their allies amongst the Chinese nationalists and communists, though several airmen were captured by the Japanese. The Doolittle Raid caused minimal damage to Tokyo and the other sites which were bombed, but the psychological impact on US morale at home when news of the raid was released is considered to have been immense in the early stages of US involvement in the war. The overwhelming industrial, economic and military might of the Allied alliance did not take long to manifest itself, as little more than 6 months after Pearl Harbor in June of 1942, the United States Navy, along with the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, engaged and defeated the Japanese Navy at the Battle of Midway in the South Pacific, in which all 4 of the fleet's Japanese aircraft carriers were sunk, meaning that the country's offensive capability in the Pacific theater was effectively ended in one fell swoop. The Japanese were from this point onwards forced onto the defensive across the Pacific, and the Americans then started their operations against the European Axis powers, when they landed in North Africa in late 1942, culminating in over 300,000 Axis troops surrendering in Tunisia 6 months later. This came only a few months after Hitler had lost a further 500,000 troops killed or captured in the Battle of Stalingrad on the Eastern Front. While the generals and Joint Chiefs of Staff oversaw most of the military planning for the war, Roosevelt was heavily involved. There is no better indication of this than his role in a battle which became the turning point of the war in the Pacific against Japan. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had spent the first 6 months of 1942 expanding very aggressively across Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific. In the early summer, they occupied the Solomon Islands in the South Pacific. On one of the principal islands here, Guadalcanal, they quickly began building an airfield at Henderson's Field, with the goal of using it as a launching pad for a more intense bombing campaign against Australia and a possible invasion. The US government was determined to prevent this, and so in early August 1942, it initiated an amphibious invasion of Guadalcanal, one of America's first major counterattacks against the Japanese after the triumph at Midway. Although the initial landing of over 10,000 Marines caught the Japanese by surprise and resulted in the capture of Henderson's Field, they quickly regrouped and counterattacked. New troops were shipped in by the Japanese, and as a result the fighting on Guadalcanal would descend into a long campaign of attrition in the jungle terrain on the Pacific Island. It would last 6 months. Roosevelt was central to the Guadalcanal campaign from its inception. He was anxious even before it was launched that, despite the policy of tackling the Germans first in Europe, that the Japanese were not given a free hand in the Pacific. Once it began and did not result in a swift victory, he consistently reaffirmed his commitment to taking Guadalcanal. Following the Japanese counterattack in the early autumn, he sent the Chiefs of Staff a message stating, quote, "My anxiety about the Southwest Pacific is to make sure that every possible weapon gets into that area to hold Guadalcanal." He subsequently ordered the dispatch of 20 more ships to the island carrying more troops and supplies. This was vital, as the Japanese launched a massive assault on the US position on the island in mid-November 1942, and had FDR not reinforced their position weeks earlier, the Guadalcanal campaign probably would have ended in Japanese victory at that point. By January, though, by which time Roosevelt's government had committed over 60,000 men to the Guadalcanal campaign, as well as scores of battleships and transports, and over 1,000 aircraft, the Japanese began their withdrawal from the island, realizing Guadalcanal was lost. It was a brutal conflict, the hazardous conditions of the tropical island being such that veterans of the campaign later claimed it was the Stalingrad of the Pacific Front. But Roosevelt's resolve had won out, and the tide of war in the Pacific turned considerably following Guadalcanal. The main reasons for these Allied victories were not simply their advantages in sheer manpower, but they also lay in a colossal industrial capability the United States possessed. Between 1941 and the end of the war in 1945, for example, the Americans produced nearly 2.5 million trucks, 90,000 tanks, and in 1944 alone produced more aircraft than Britain, Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union combined. The entire US economy was repurposed to achieve this. This industrial might, combined with America's plentiful natural resources, were, along with the massive manpower deployed by the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany on the Eastern Front in Europe, the key to the American and Allied victory during the Second World War, as both Germany and Japan's natural resources were vastly smaller by comparison, and their industrial capacity was a fraction of the United States. Once this economic might was brought to bear, the tide of the war began to turn. Although Roosevelt agreed that the war against Hitler's Germany was to be given priority over Japan, the Americans were still able, after the Battle of Midway, to steadily retake all of the Japanese conquests in the South Pacific in a succession of hard-fought amphibious assaults over the coming years. By 1945, Japan was cut off, surrounded, and starving. There were, of course, some black spots in America's wartime record which Roosevelt must shoulder some of the blame for as the nation's president. In a conflict as bloody and compromising as the Second World War, it is inevitable that even those nations which were on the right side of history got some things wrong. A notable issue when it comes to America was its approach to the Japanese-American community within the United States, following the outbreak of war with the Empire of Japan. There were approximately 127,000 Japanese Americans living in the continental United States at that time, the majority of whom lived on the West Coast, largely in California. Of these, 2/3 had been born in America and considered the United States to be their home. However, Roosevelt's administration and Congress as a whole took the position early in 1942 that these Japanese Americans were a potential fifth column of the Japanese state within America, who might seek to undermine America from within. Accordingly, in the first weeks of 1942, Roosevelt signed a series of presidential orders which effectively allowed for the mass incarceration of anyone with Japanese ancestry in America. During the course of the war, over 110,000 Japanese Americans were subsequently detained in concentration camps established in various parts of the country. This policy was overwhelmingly approved of by the US people during the war, but it has since been criticized on the grounds that those who were detained had no links to the Japanese government. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act, which issued a formal apology on behalf of the US government to those who had been detained, and over the next 5 years, over $1.5 billion in reparations were paid to those who had been incarcerated and their families. Similarly, the Roosevelt government had been criticized for its approach to the Holocaust of Europe's Jews, which eventually resulted in the deaths of 6 million people. The argument has been that the country could have done more to take in Jews who were fleeing the Nazi persecutory policies from 1933 onwards. Yet, even as it was, the US took in somewhere between 180,000 and 225,000 Jewish refugees between the first rise to power of the Nazis in 1933 and the end of the Second World War in 1945. Moreover, once the scale of what might be occurring in Central and Eastern Europe became apparent, Roosevelt's administration established the War Refugee Board in 1944, with the goal of organizing efforts to rescue and provide relief for Jews fleeing Europe. This eventually saved the lives of thousands and perhaps tens of thousands of European Jews in the final year of the war. Consequently, Roosevelt's administration cannot be too harshly criticized for its response to the Holocaust. The US government did what it could and responded to an evolving situation. Lawmakers in the 1930s cannot be condemned for not predicting what the Nazis would do in the 1940s. In the lead-up to the opening of a second front in Europe, President Roosevelt had advocated that any Allied invasion should take place via northern France, whereas Winston Churchill, in contrast, argued that any invasion should be conducted through the Italian peninsula, stating that the country was Hitler's soft underbelly. However, the Italian theatre, in reality, turned out to be Hitler's tough old gut, as the country's hilly terrain naturally favoured a defensive campaign. Therefore, the American assertion that the major Allied invasion should be conducted through France can, in hindsight, be said to have been the correct course of action. When it was initiated, it resulted in a relatively speedy advance through Normandy after the D-Day landings in the early summer of 1944, ensuring that Western Germany was not overrun by the Soviets after Germany's collapse. Despite Roosevelt's disability, it soon became evident during late 1942 that a conference was needed between the leaders of the Allied powers in order to better coordinate the war effort. However, since the Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin refused to travel far from Moscow, the decision was taken for both Churchill, Stalin and Roosevelt to meet at the Iranian capital of Tehran in late November of 1943. This involved Roosevelt having to travel over 7,000 miles from America to the Middle East, which took a massive toll on his health. At the conference, he sought to appease Stalin by distancing himself from Winston Churchill over the future of Eastern Europe, as he did not want Stalin to think that the Americans and British were acting as a unified force. This involved Roosevelt refusing to partake in discussions regarding the post-war status of Poland, as he felt there were more pressing concerns, and seeing as the Soviets were inevitably going to occupy the country over the coming months anyway, Roosevelt calculated that it was more important to appease the Soviet dictator rather than alienate him. This cordial approach towards Stalin is further illustrated by Roosevelt's response to the Soviet leader's demand that 50,000 German officers should be shot after the war, to which the president jokingly replied that, quote, "Maybe 49,000 would be enough." This was met with outrage and disbelief from the British Prime Minister. In the end, Churchill's approach towards Stalin would prove to be correct, as Eastern Europe was subjected to nearly half a century of Soviet occupation after the Second World War. Therefore, it could be perhaps argued that Roosevelt's overly accommodating attitude towards the Soviet Union was misguided, though it should also be borne in mind that Roosevelt was anxious to keep the Russians on side for the Pacific campaign against the Japanese, which was to follow after victory in Europe was attained. However, the Tehran Conference and the 14,000-mile round trip that it entailed had a devastating effect on Roosevelt's health, as he had been under massive stress for over a decade by this time, which was no doubt due to the fact that during his presidency, America had been in an almost constant state of crisis. A chain smoker, Roosevelt had also enjoyed a daily diet of fine food and cocktails for many years, but as he was unable to undertake regular exercise, it soon became apparent that his lifestyle and workload was taking its toll, which would later be further exacerbated by him embarking on an even longer journey to meet with Stalin and Churchill in the Crimean city of Yalta in February of 1945. As a result of his visible deterioration, Roosevelt, who was still just in his early 60s, underwent tests at Bethesda Hospital, Maryland, in March of 1944, and was found, to the great alarm of his attending doctor, to have incredibly high blood pressure. At one point, this hit 240 over 130. He was also found to be suffering from coronary artery disease and heart failure, effectively meaning his time was short. In an effort to avert imminent disaster, Roosevelt undertook a period of rest and recuperation over the coming months, in which he cut down his smoking to a dozen cigarettes a day, as well as a single cocktail in the evenings after meals. During this period, he also spent some weeks fishing with friends, and after returning to the White House, he only worked for 4 hours per day. Another source of comfort for Franklin during this time was the rekindling of his relationship with his former flame Lucy Mercer, who had married after the breakup of her affair with Franklin nearly 20 years before. She was now widowed, and their reunion was instigated by Roosevelt's daughter Anna, who organized for them to see one another once again behind her mother's back. This was perhaps because Eleanor and Franklin were not close as a husband and wife by this stage, as they acted more like close friends or political allies rather than a couple. Therefore, Anna sought to alleviate her father's stress, as well as his loneliness, by helping him to see Lucy once again. However, later after his death, Eleanor discovered that Franklin had been seeing Lucy with her daughter's help, resulting in them not speaking to one another for some time. Despite the ongoing war, Roosevelt was also anxious to leave a lasting legacy on U.S. domestic policy, even as his health declined precipitously. On the 11th of January 1944, he delivered his 11th State of the Union speech, the annual address given to a joint session of Congress by the President following a precedent which George Washington had set in the 1790s, and which had been revived by Roosevelt's mentor years earlier, Woodrow Wilson. In his 11th address, Roosevelt spoke about the fashioning of a second Bill of Rights for America, one which would add new economic provisions to what the Founding Fathers had established in the 1770s and 1780s. In Roosevelt's view, it was necessary to ensure that Americans had a right to employment, decent housing, an adequate income, education, and health care. He stressed in his speech that it was not simply the moral thing for a nation to provide these basic rights to its citizens, but that if wars of the kind which America was now engaged in fighting were to be avoided in the future, all developed nations would need to create a social net in order for its citizens to avoid social unrest. The same conclusion had been reached by William Beveridge, a British academic who in 1942 had produced a report on what shape post-war Britain should take, and this may have influenced Roosevelt. Roosevelt's proposed Second Bill of Rights would become the informal framework of the Democratic Party in the post-war period. It was hugely popular, and with the exception of Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s, the Democrats would dominate the presidency down to the end of the 1960s, largely running on Roosevelt's policy framework. Thus, Roosevelt, in many ways, shaped the Democratic Party long after his own time. It was evident by late 1944 that the Allies were going to be victorious on all fronts in the Second World War, and despite being advised not to by those close to him due to his ill health, Roosevelt decided to campaign for a fourth term as president in November of 1944. He emerged victorious once again by claiming over 53% of the popular vote and winning 36 of the 48 states, making him by far the longest-serving president in American history. By this time, the possibility of a swift victory over the Japanese had also presented itself. In early 1939, top scientists such as Albert Einstein had written to Roosevelt warning him of Germany's possible nuclear weapons program, and shortly afterwards the United States initiated the Manhattan Project with the help of many German Jewish scientists who had fled the country during the 1930s. This program eventually bore fruit on the 16th of July 1945, when the first nuclear weapon, codenamed Trinity, was successfully detonated in New Mexico. By this time, Germany had been defeated in Europe, but the Allies were preparing for a long, bloody assault on the Japanese archipelago, which some analysts predicted could result in the loss of 1.5 million troops. Thus, in order to avoid this, the United States dropped 2 atom bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th of August 1945, prompting Emperor Hirohito to announce his country's surrender on the 15th of August. This weapon, more than anything, made the United States the world's most powerful country after 1945, and until the Soviets developed their own nuclear weapons in 1949, the country was practically invulnerable as a nation, as it now had, along with the atom bomb, the largest navy, air force, and economy the world had ever seen. Indeed, some U.S. generals, such as General George Patton, were adamant that the U.S. should continue its war effort and attack the Soviet Union. Such was the strategic advantage it enjoyed in 1945. One of Franklin Roosevelt's lasting legacies was his resurrection of the League of Nations in the shape of the United Nations, the formation of which had been first agreed between the President and Winston Churchill as early as 1941, and which was finally brought into being in San Francisco on the 25th of April 1945, at which the UN Charter was drafted, which bound all the participating nations to certain standards of human rights, as well as to the preservation of peace for future generations. Over the coming years, Eleanor Roosevelt would also play a key role in the founding of the United Nations, when she was invited by her husband's successor, President Truman, to become a delegate to the General Assembly after 1945, where she also chaired the committee that came to pass the Universal Declaration on Human Rights in 1948. She would continue to take an active role in politics and humanitarian issues until her own death in 1962. The United Nations was in many ways the zenith of President Roosevelt's political career, during which he had brought America out of the Great Depression, overseen its victory in the Second World War, and in the United Nations formed an international body whose aim was to prevent a recurrence of the massive bloodshed and suffering that had plagued mankind in the first half of the 20th century. However, Roosevelt would never live to see the world he did so much to form, as on the 12th of April 1945, while sitting having his portrait painted at his retreat, the little White House in Warm Springs, Georgia, the president complained of a terrible headache and soon afterwards lost consciousness and slumped forward in his chair. He was then rushed to his bedroom, where he was diagnosed as having suffered a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A few hours later, at 3:35 p.m., President Franklin Delano Roosevelt died, aged just 63. It is no exaggeration to say that many Americans were left in despair at the president's passing, as to millions of people he was a savior who had not only delivered the country from the greatest economic downturn of the 20th century, but had also crushed Imperial Japan as well as Nazi Germany in the largest and most destructive war the world had yet seen. A day after his passing, the president's coffin, draped in the Star-Spangled Banner, was taken to Washington, D.C. and progressed through the streets of the capital, lined with thousands of mourners, before being taken by train to his birthplace at Hyde Park, where he was laid to rest in the rose garden of his Springwood estate, where he, along with his wife Eleanor, remain to this very day. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is today considered by many American historians to be one of, if not the greatest president in the history of the United States of America, generally deemed to be on the same level as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Although he certainly enjoyed a privileged upbringing in his early years of life, there is no doubt that he possessed immense reserves of strength and bravery to overcome the paralyzing disease that is polio. For him to then go on to become president, let alone one of the greatest presidents in US history, is nothing short of extraordinary, and stands as a testament to his strength of character as well as his intelligence and ability. Many critics of Roosevelt's New Deal have, since his death, claimed that his programs of relief and reform were far too liberal or even socialist in their outlook, as they increased the size and power of the federal US state, which in some people's eyes is at odds with the founding principles of the US Constitution. His defenders would argue, however, that his reforms were simply necessary measures in a time of crisis that lifted millions of people out of unemployment as well as abject poverty, and set the United States firmly on course for a period of prosperity and wealth that was hitherto unparalleled in human history. Indeed, the period between the 1930s and the 1960s saw more Americans join the middle classes than any other period in US history, in considerable part owing to the legacy of the New Deal. What virtually all people can agree on is that Franklin Roosevelt successfully guided America through the greatest war in human history, from which it emerged as the world's most powerful country. Therefore, it is difficult to argue against the assertion that America was stronger as a nation, both internally and externally, after his presidency than it was before it. What is also certain is that Franklin Delano Roosevelt is one of the most important figures of the entire 20th century, as his presidency shaped the geopolitical landscape of the entire world for decades after his death, and in many ways his life and career formed the world we all of us live in today. What do you think of Franklin D. Roosevelt? Was his New Deal a socialist program that increased the power of the American state? Or was he a hero who, despite not being able to stand himself, lifted the American people from their knees and set the United States on a course to greatness? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.